playing on our Interloper character, who is now 81 days in. We have finally landed in Pleasant Valley. We just, at the end of our last session, killed the bear at the barn. So we got the bear at the barn down, and now we can go look for the moose. Because that's always fun. Yeah, my throat's a little rough this morning. But yeah, Ghostbusters Afterlife was really good. It's definitely worth it. I may or may not have had a couple little tears at the end. It was that beautiful. I may or may not, not necessarily, I may or may not. Yeah, it was that good. I really quite enjoyed it. And I would highly recommend you go see it. Because it is good. It is good. Good morning, Rose in the Rain. How are you today? I drop that here. Just leave another toolbox for myself. So yes, if you haven't seen Ghostbusters Afterlife yet, go check it out. Go check it out. Go support it. It's a really good movie. They did a really good job. A great homage to the franchise. And I hope they just leave it there and they don't make any others. But they're trying to bill it as like some Ghostbusters universe type thing. And that just makes me go, oh God. No. Don't do this to me. I'm still sick, unfortunately, otherwise I'm good. How are you this morning? Oh, you know, early mornings and me do not mix. My throat is still a little scratchy. My nose is a little stuffed up. I'm of course, a little bit tired. Yeah, raspy ath, exactly. You get raspy ath this time of day. I'm always a little raspy. Yeah, I'm just not a morning person. And I think it's because my body just is not. My body takes hours to wake up once I'm up, and then finally be like, "Woo! I'm ready to go." And I'm still a few away from that. Barefoot, how you doing? Hello. Good morning. Welcome again. Let's go see if we got Mr. Moose. The moose should be over here. I think I just saw him. No, I didn't see him. I thought I saw him, but I didn't see him. I need a cigar. No, that's alright. But yes, definitely, if you've not gone and seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, I can highly recommend it. I'm probably going to go see it again. I liked it that much. So, no, this is our Husher Valley start. We have finally made it to Pleasant Valley. And we're doing ourselves a little bit of, we just killed a bear. And now we're doing a little bit of a moose hunt. There's a deer over there. Oh, and this is what I was looking for over at Pensive Pond. You see that marking on the tree? That's moose marks. Those be the moose marks that we were looking for. That means the moose will spawn somewhere over in this area. He's not necessarily exactly where we were gonna want him, and he may not spawn immediately. He may not even be up right now, but this is the area he will eventually spawn in. Yeah, Mr. Moose can sometimes be a pain. If he's not here, I'm really not going to worry about it because I've already got the moose hide coat, the moose hide satchel. I already have another moose hide curing in the Carter Hydro Dam. I just thought it'd be kind of cool to be able to find him and get him. Hey, Drunken Monkey! Good morning, good morning. How you doing, buddy?
Felt so cold in my life.
I never felt so cold in my life. Oh my goodness, CX Miller with a 5-month resub.
Miller 89 just subscribed.
Aww, thank you for the 5-month resub there. Appreciate that very, very much. I hope you're having a fabulous day. Waiting on groceries so you can deliver to mom. I ended up with someone else's. Oh no! I'm doing pretty good. Maybe he's hiding because I'm worried his moose siblings. Yes, that's probably what it is. That's what I would do if I was the moose. The birch forest is a really scary place because the trees block your line of sight to stuff. That's why you'll see me. That's why you'll see me sort of strafing instead of walking straight forward. I'll always be strafing to the left and the right. That is so I can see around the trees and nothing can hide behind them. Because that's one of the biggest dangers in a very wooded area like this, is that a wolf will come straight towards you. If you're just walking straight, he's going to be coming straight. You'll never see him if he's behind a tree. But if you're strafing from side to side, he's going to have to adjust and move to get you. So, the fact that my friends are calling me trash in GTA 5, but they're just using all kinds of brief vehicles and I'm not. Okay. I don't understand that exactly, but okay. Yes, Icarus should be fun. Yeah, I'll be starting about 1. You're welcome to jump in whenever you want to. I'll be getting going about 1 p.m. The other big problem with this birch forest is if we hadn't killed the bear already, I'd be really scared of this birch forest because the bear hides behind the trees too and you don't see him till it's too late. It's very easy to lose the bear for the trees. Hey, look, a few more birch bark. Nice. Nice. Hey, Mrs. Honeypot. Good morning, good morning. How are you? All right. Well, we'll head over to the crossroads, do our stuff there, and we'll swing up north, and then swing down south. There's a deer. The aesthetics of that forest are really nice. Yes, I like that forest as well. I would agree with you there. They did a really nice job on it. Oh, there's a toolkit in here. And a flare. Wow. That was cool. Oh, if someone's trash, if it's whoever's calling another person trash is probably, well, that's how it goes with most things. Most things are merely projections of what we fear the most. That we fear we are the most, I should say. Hey, Juggalo, how you doing? Sad part of getting someone else's groceries, none of it is stuff I'd eat. Soon as I saw the frozen Brussels sprouts, I knew I was in trouble. Yep, got the orange cream soda. Got a few more orange cream sodas. I bought a 6-pack, so I got a couple for today. Alright, we'll get back over here and get warmed up. It's still early in the day, so we'll get warmed up, and then we'll head over to the crossroads and do some stuff there. If the weather doesn't turn on us. If the weather doesn't turn on us. Which is always a dicey thing. Hey, at least we got some good meat, right? Thaw those Brussels sprouts out and eat them. I never have liked Brussels sprouts. I don't know. I don't know. And roast them, you said. I don't know what it is. I don't like Brussels sprouts. I've tried them before. I've tried them recently, actually. Just could not acquire a taste for them. Could not acquire the taste for them. It's not my bag, baby. It's not my bag. Alright, we're gonna drop some of these sticks here. There we go. Nice. There you go, Atus. Yeah, you can't be mad when there's so many good streams. Can't be mad. Why be mad about stuff when there's good streams out there? But not all of us are amazing cooks like you are, Mrs. Honeypot. It's the truth. It is the truth. Not all of us are as good a cook as you. I know I left a little piece here. There it is. Oh, jeez.
Morning, everyone.
Tyrone Carter, how you doing? Thank you for the 400 bits. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for the 400 bits there, buddy. How is it going this morning? I was sort of expecting a wolf there, but yeah, I didn't expect that. Did not expect that. How old is this character? Oh, only 80 days. We're only 80 days in. We barely a baby. Barely a baby, Millers. Yes, he's only 80, okay, 83 days. He's just a little baby. The Millers are here, yes. He hasn't even been to Timberwolf Mountain yet. We haven't explored all of Pleasant Valley yet. We haven't been to Ash Canyon. We haven't been to Coastal Highway or Desolation Point. We pretty much spent the first part of the game all over in Milton, Mystery Lake, Forlorn Muskeg area, and Hush River Valley. Or not, yeah, Hush River Valley. Did I say Hush River Valley I hadn't been to? No, we spawned in Hush River Valley. My brain is mush right now, so that is how it is. Hey, Jonas with a 3-month resub. Thank you, Jonas, for that 3-month resub there. I appreciate that. The one Miller, the other Miller's still sleeping. I wish I was still sleeping, to be honest. I wish I want to join Hubby Miller and be sleeping too. Thank you. Thank you for the bitty boos. But I couldn't. I got up and then my body wouldn't shut back down. I laid there for like 10 minutes going, okay, I can get back to sleep for another. Oh, jeez Louise. That scared the crap out of me. That scared the crap out of me. That is totally okay, Miss Honeypot. Thank you for the love. I appreciate you just being here, so. What's the plans for the day? For all stream today, we're going to stream Long Dark for about 4 hours. The plan today on this character is to explore all of Pleasant Valley.
Sure getting cold.
And then get ready to go to Timberwolf Mountain. And then we're going to be streaming Icarus for the rest of the day. And I'm going to be joined by Gameslith 84, Cassadar Goes Roar, and possibly Drunken Monkey is going to come along, I think, and hang with us for a little bit too. And Jarl of Goats may or may not join us. I'm not sure. Not sure. Lots of ducky hugs, exactly. Lots of ducky hugs. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Millers. Tell him to move over and make a spot for me. I'm tired, too. Ghostbusters, though, I highly recommend. If you like the original Ghostbusters movie at all, I highly recommend it. And stay all the way to the end. Stay to post-credits, because there's some good stuff. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I got a little teary. I got a little teary at the end of it.
Saturday, everyone.
And I will not deny I got a little teary. Yargle, thank you for the 300 bits. Holy crap. It was a great movie though. Oh goodness, and you started a hype train too. Look at that. Look at that. But yeah, highly recommend Ghostbusters not 2016. Ghostbusters Afterlife. Definitely go see it if you haven't. I'm probably gonna go see it again soon. There's usually nothing in here. This place was totally put in here as a place to have a quest. That's all it was. Because this is where you get the hat, the rabbit hat or whatever. Choo choo! Woo-woo. Hey, my name is Chad. Not Chad. How you doing? How's it going? But I'm not going to give any spoilers to Ghostbusters or anything, but it was really good. It has ghosts in it. I know, spoilers. Spoilers! There's some ghosts in it. And there's some busting going on. I know, spoilers. You know, I figured that the name would kind of let you know there were ghosts and busting going on. Because busting makes me feel good. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Busting makes me feel good.
This stuff will come in handy.
The moose-hide satchel plus technical backpack and well fit is fantastic. Yes, it is. It quite is. Quite is. They made that song after me. There's somebody strange in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! Something weird. Invisible man under your bed. Ooh, what you gonna call him? Pervy Ghostbusters. Pervy ghost. That invisible man under your bed, he's the pervy ghost. Who are you gonna call? The police. Be like, there's a ghost under my bed, and he's kind of a perv, and I need him gone. I need him arrested. Need him taken away. Thank you. Spoilers like on a car. Exactly. Exactly. No spoilers. Like on, yeah, spoilers like on cars. Yep. You got it. No. It's interesting how I noticed some of these house designs are similar to ones they have in Milton, but the houses here, unlike the houses in Milton, aren't completely trashed. The houses here are in good shape. The houses in Milton, this stove would be broken. There would be stuff on the floor. The fridge would be broken. That sort of stuff. My mom wants spoilers for everything she watches and spoils everything she's seen. It drives me nuts. Yeah, I don't like. Hey, Celebro, how you doing? I don't like people who do outright spoilers. I mean, I don't mind letting people know if something's good or if it was fun or if I thought it was well done or not. But spoilers make me a little upset when people just give outright spoilers. Now, I think, 2 months, 3 months down the road, I talk about everything with spoilers because I'm like, you know what? It's been a couple months. If you have chosen not to see X yet, that's not my problem. So it's one of those things where there's a time factor to it as well, where if enough time passes, yeah. Like with Sixth Sense, if you don't know Bruce Willis's character was dead the whole time. Sorry if that's a spoiler. We just missed the hype train, but better luck next time, boys and girls. Thank you though for the bits, and I appreciate it very much. I appreciate you guys getting that. At least we got the hype train primed and ready to go for next time. It's primed and ready to go. Ow! What the heck? Something right behind my ear that itched like crazy. I know. He was a ghost. And that sort of thing, it's like, if you don't know that, I'm sorry to spoil it for you, but at the same time, sorry, not sorry. Because that's something that's been around for a while. And honestly, I even think like a few months after something has come out, I don't think people should have to worry about talking about it spoiler-free. You know, I think that's a fair amount of time to let people have the chance that really care about it. Because that's one thing I see too, is that I see sometimes some mock outrage of, oh, you gave me spoilers. And it's like, oh, well, when are you going to go see it? Oh, I wasn't planning to go in and see it. I just don't want spoilers. And I'm like, huh? You're upset I gave you spoilers, but you aren't planning on going and seeing it anytime soon, or being like, oh yeah, I'll catch it sometime when it comes out on, you know, HBO Max or Disney Plus. I'll catch it then, which may be a year and a half down the road, but don't give me spoilers. It's like, okay. She gets super angry with me if I won't tell her what is about to happen, even if I've never seen it before. I don't get it. It ruins the fun of watching anything. Yeah, that can definitely ruin the fun of watching stuff. McCrawley's, thank you for the bitty boo. Appreciate that very much. Why would somebody want to know that much stuff? Kurano, how you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Something weird in the neighborhood. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters! There's Invisible Man lurking under your bed. Or he's under your bed. Who you gonna call?
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Ghostbusters! There are a couple of soaps on UK TV that have regular seasonal Christmas cliffhangers. There's always a lot of secrecy around the scripts. Oh, I bet. It's sort of like the who shot what's the guy in Dallas? Who shot JR? Yeah. Yep. Who shot JR? Gotta keep that going for as long as we possibly can. Honestly, I didn't care. I never watched Dallas. I just remember the fervor around the Who Shot JR thing. Could you imagine something like that today? With the media and the speculation online. Rating out of 10 for the new Ghostbusters movie, I give it a solid 9.5. There was very little I did not like about that movie. I give it a solid 9.5 out of 10. The new Ghostbusters is amazing. It is so good. And the ending actually brought tears to my eyes. I'm not gonna say I bawled like a little girl, but it did bring some tears to my eyes. So it was very well done. How do you balance the tiredness in Long Dark? I feel my character barely does anything that's fully exhausted by midday. Yeah, you know, it's one of those things where you just have to kind of... I really don't, I honestly don't pay much attention to it. I'm just going to say. I'd say if you're trying to make your tiredness not happen as much, don't set out doing anything until it's already like later in the day. Trying to do activities that don't take a lot of energy. Sharpening your tools up doesn't take much energy. And High Water Lily, hello. I loved it. But yes, do stuff that doesn't take energy. Sharpening tools doesn't take much energy. Fixing up clothing doesn't take much energy. Do that stuff early in the morning and then set out and travel around. Walking takes most of the energy, so. But, well, and traveling light, but I usually travel pretty heavy, so. So yeah, I really liked the new Ghostbusters movie. I am definitely gonna go see it again. I think it was well made. I think the story was good. I think the acting was good. I mean you know the little girl who the girl in the movie with the short curly hair. Amazing job acting. I mean I don't have to give, it's not a spoiler or anything. But amazing. I mean, she stole like every scene she was in. You know, one of those kind of actors when they come on, everybody else, you just focus on them. She stole like every scene she was in. And it was just so well done. It was so well written. The ending of it literally brought tears to my eyes. It had a good emotional impact. And it was fun. It wasn't like, it didn't take itself too seriously, but at the same time, it was serious. Which I know is a weird mashup dichotomy of words, but that's the only way I can really explain it. Is that although it didn't take itself real seriously, it had various serious, poignant moments in it. So, they did a good job with it. I'm very pleased. And how you doing, Mark Wars? Hello. I'm definitely gonna go see it again. I mean, I guess that's the ultimate. For me, that's the ultimate. If I actually have a desire to go see a movie that I've already seen again in the theater, that to me is the ultimate. Okay, I think it's a pretty decent movie. So. So yeah, there you go. That's my review. I give it 9.5 stars. I give it 2 thumbs and a pinky up. And I think it's worth going and watching. So go check it out. Sounds like it's almost better than Ghostbusters 2016. I never saw I couldn't bring myself to go see that. I couldn't do it. I was like, okay, how is this movie going to pay homage to the original? I was like, no. Everything I've seen says no. So nope, didn't go see Ghostbusters 2016. Didn't have the slightest desire. The quote of the tweak. 2 thumbs up with a double twist. Exactly. I have a feeling if Lindsay Sterling knocks on Athenon's door and says, hey, you want to grab some dinner, our screens would go black. It's probably true. That's a great quote. It always makes me laugh. Because it is very true. It probably would just go black. Alright, so we're right now at the crossroads. We're actually in the community hall. Get a little more sleepity poo here. Gamble one odd quote. Oh, you lost on the odd quote there, Mark Wars. What's going on with that? It's kind of cool. The lighting in here is kind of cool. Watching live, I have no desire to watching live action Bebop. Tweaky, to be honest, I've never seen Cowboy Bebop. I started watching the anime, and I'm about 5 episodes in on the anime, and I absolutely love it. And I see no way, I see no possible way they could successfully... Oh, Jesus. Hey, Duke. I don't see how they could possibly successfully translate it to a live-action show. No more news about it. No, nope. Any news, nice skunk, I will hear right when you hear. I've seen no new tweets from Raph. Just go follow Hinterland and Raphael on Twitter. They put out all those updates like immediately when they're ready to go. That's the earliest anybody will ever know about it. Just go follow them on Twitter. You'll have all the newest updates immediately. But yeah, I'm probably gonna skip out on the live action Bebop. I'm liking the anime so far. I just don't see how they could translate it. Hi, Ath and Pack. Glad you enjoyed your night out and movie. Yes, it was great. It was great. But yes, no more news. Nice skunk on BlackRock. There's no. It's gonna be December. It's gonna be like a week before their Christmas break. Probably just like usual. That's sort of their standard modus operandi. They always put it out right about then. So. We will get the update when they are ready to drop an update on us. See, that's the thing. This place used to have so much stuff in it, and now it has like nothing. You used to get sodas in the fridges. You could count on at least 1 to 2 sodas in here. You could count on like 2 or 3 things on there. You can count on about 2 or 3 cans of food there, a can of food over here. A couple cans of stuff there. It used to be this thing had so much stuff on it. It really sucks. Really sucks. Real groceries are almost here, so I'm gonna head out. They'll be back after my mom's delivery run. All right, sounds good. Well, but Tweaky, that's what happens when American authors go, oh, we can take this really popular, amazing anime, and we can make it better. Because nobody likes it the way it is. Nobody wants us nobody wants to see us make a faithful recreation of the anime. They want us to put our own twist on it and make it better than it was before, right? Plus, let's just be honest. Anime to live action, that has to be a hard thing to pull off in best of circumstances. To do an anime into live action, because there's so much more they do in an anime, as far as the characterizations, as far as the emoting of the characters. I mean, it can be bigger than life, and it doesn't matter. I'm in Pleasant Valley. I'm at the crossroads. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're at the crossroads. We're at the community center in Pleasant Valley. What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna probably take a hard pass on it. I'm not a big anime person myself, so honestly, I have no real care one way or another for the franchise. Like I said, I just started watching the anime Bebop like 2 weeks ago. I've only seen 5 episodes. I like it so far. It's pretty cool. It's interesting. I'm curious to see where they go with Spike. And I'm curious to see what, Faye Valentine's whole thing is. But it's pretty good so far. It's pretty good. I think it's an interesting show. I will say I did not I did not, I mean, I knew nothing about the show, so I did not expect it to be, like, futuristic space show. I did not expect that at all. So, from what I gather with Cowboy Bebop, and somebody who knows about the show, please correct me if I'm wrong, it happens in the future, when they've made, like, space gates and stuff. There's, like, it's, like, almost like hyperspace gates that let you travel between the planets. But it's like all these planets have domes on them that then have like mini cities inside of them. From what I can gather. It's weird. It's like okay, that's kind of a cool idea. But rather impractical when you think about it, but cool idea. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting show. It's a pretty interesting show. I found it to be good, so. Sounds like an anime No Man's Sky. Maybe, I guess. Nah. Okay, so do we travel up and see if, I think we travel over here. See if we have another bedroll. And then we come back. Because we've already been to Pensive Pond. So let's go over here and see if we got the bedroll in the cave. Actually, let's travel down to the truck here first. But yeah, Cowboy Bebop's anime is pretty good. I liked it. Why are we weighed down? Oh, we got stuff and things, we got some stuff. We got some toolboxes, some things. I should have left toolboxes behind, but that's okay. We got some birch and maple. Because I'm always weighted down. As long as I can sprint, I'm okay. This chat is chock full of awesome people. Because I'm always weighted down. I'm a junk man. Exactly, Cave Cranny. I'm a junk man. So what is Sweet Home? Is Sweet Home an anime as well? See, I'm just not an anime person. I find animes good, but I'm not a big anime person. Now, one that my son recommended to me, a show that my son recommended to me is the Arcane League of Legends animated show. Oh my god, that thing is cool. That was cool. I binged all of those. Actually, 3 new episodes for that just came out today. That was really good. I'm so interested to see where that goes. I mean, yeah, I don't care about League at all, but I don't know what it has to do with League of Legends, other than I guess it's put out by them. I'm a bag lady trudging through the snow, yes. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty cool. You get around to watch the Cowboy Bebop movie, don't watch the HD remaster. Yeah, to be honest, Tweaky, I probably won't. Cowboy Bebop, I found it interesting, but it didn't grab me and make me binge watch it like, say, Arcane did. And that's just a matter of taste. That doesn't mean that one show's better than the other or worse than the other. It's just a matter of personal taste. And, Arcane League of Legends, I could not stop watching it. I started watching the first episode, and I was, like, immediately, like, drawn in. It sucked me in. So, but I'll get back around. I'll circle back around to Cowboy Bebop at some time and check out some more of the animated episodes. I mean, they at least they're 20 minutes. Oh, Castlevania was so good. Oh my god. Castlevania was great, but then again, look who wrote it. I mean, come on. How could Castlevania not be good? It's a slow burner, but the later half the binge factor increases. Oh, that's good to know. Well, I'll definitely have to. Jeez. Thank you there. I appreciate that. You think dinner's ready? Yum. Yum. See, usually there's a prop deer. You remember we were talking about how prop animals are not showing up in the game right now? Usually there's a prop deer
It's getting too heavy to carry.
right over here. And it's like always here. This deer is never not here. Except for now. Yeah, usually he's like right in here somewhere. Right before the cave. Recently started watching Next Generation. Oh, Next Generation is so good. I've been watching that myself. So, Sir Spicy, how are you doing, by the way? I need to greet a few people here. Thank you, Duke, for the Bearpocalypse. I appreciate that. Trooper Bar, they're not showing up at all. I heard talk they're decaying much more quickly. I don't know. I think they're decaying way quicker and they're just disappearing on us. But Sir Spicy, how is your day going? I hope you're having a good one. Having a great day. You're still working on your first cup of coffee, Mark Wars? Nice. I'm doing good. I had a great night out last night. Enjoyed Ghostbusters Afterlife immensely. Like I was telling people earlier, it actually brought a tear or two to my eyes at the end of it. That's how good it was. That's how good they did with it. I was very impressed. Very impressed. Early seasons aren't the strongest. The early seasons got good stuff in them, though, Tweaky. But they are the harder ones to get through. But you have to remember at that time, too, Star Trek Next Generation ran for, I don't know how many years. And at the time that it originally came out, the big push on TV was still the episodic it was episodic in nature, where they did not want you could have maybe a loosely flowing timeline between episodes, but most TV execs at that time wanted to have standalone episodes that you could watch in any order. You could just plunk down whatever episode you wanted, and you could just watch them independently of each other because none of them really tied together. Later in Star Trek Next Gen, they, around like season 4, like you're saying, they started to get into the idea of, okay, we need all these episodes to tie together and have a common thread line through them. But that's just a change in how television, because back then, the whole drive of new television was to make new television that then you could syndicate, and when you syndicated something, generally the people you were syndicating it to would just run whatever episode they wanted to run. They didn't have a plan in mind. They ran episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'd run episode 4, 5, 2, 7, 3, 6. They didn't care because it was just syndicated. So, but once syndication kind of became the not big thing anymore because of all the outlets we have to get our media in, syndication is not that big of a deal any longer. Yeah, Babylon 5, you gotta watch it in order. DS9, you need to watch those in order because things, that's the thing, is like, that was the time when TV was really changing, and Babylon 5 was one of the leaders in that group. Straczynski wrote that series to be watched in a certain chronological order because things happen so different, things in previous episodes affected other stuff. What is syndication? Syndication of television shows is when whoever owns the TV show, like Paramount, say owns Star Trek, they would then sell the rights to other organizations, TV stations around America to rebroadcast Star Trek at a non-traditional slot. Like, say Star Trek was always on Tuesday nights at 8 o'clock on CBS or whatever, whatever they were being done. basically, like, they could rebroadcast a Star Trek episode at 4, at 2 in the afternoon on a Tuesday if they syndicated it to your local TV station. So the local TV stations would just pay for the rights to just broadcast an episode here and there. It would not be like the regular slot or anything, though. And syndication was the big, that was the big game back in the day. Is if you could run, I remember people saying, they really want to push this series to 5 seasons because once you get to 5 seasons, you have enough seasons to syndicate the TV show because they have to have a lot of episodes, I guess, to pull from to make it a syndicatable show. So, 100 episodes, is that what it was, Tweaky? I knew there was some, like, barrier they always wanted to meet. Was that about 5 seasons, was 100 episodes? Because that may be where I heard that, I don't know. Probably why Babylon 5 got a season 5. Yeah, Babylon 5, though, you can't watch that out of order. That was Babylon 5 and DS9 were sort of at the tail end of syndication and the beginning of non-episodic and more through storylines where you would have a storyline going from episode to episode to episode, and you had to watch them in order to understand what the heck was going on. TV changed a lot back then, but that's when technology was becoming better, and but 100 episodes was the old mentality for syndication. Okay. But yeah, I mean, TV was becoming a whole different ball game back then. And yeah, Babylon 5 and Star Trek Deep Space Nine really led the way on those. They were kind of pioneers. Now it's just the norm. Now people are always like, oh well, this episode will lead into the next episode. Will lead into the next episode. Will lead into the next episode. They're all gonna lead into the next episode. It's like, okay. DS9 was great too. Yeah, I was a Babylon 5 person back then. I've watched DS9 since then, and it is really good, but I didn't like Babylon 5 or DS9 back then. Back then DS9 was the evil stepbrother. Now we lack competent writers. Well, that's CS, that's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. Yes, we do have a huge lack of competent writers in the world of television these days. Star Trek Stargate SG-1 for the most part need to watch episode and series. Yeah, you do. I mean, there's some, especially later on in the series of Stargate, you definitely need to. And Atlantis was more pushed that way. The first few seasons of Stargate, you don't really need to watch a ton of it in order. You can kind of pick up what's going on. But yeah, it's definitely better if you watch it in order for sure. Definitely better if you watch it in order. Oh, excuse me. Holy crud, I don't know where the heck that came from. My tiredness, that's where it came from. Alright, let's go out of here. Let's go up over to the cave over here, see if we can find a bear. Mr. Bear, Mr. Bear, Mr. Bear. And then like Stargate Universe was really that was really serialized. You needed to watch that in order from the next one to the next one because it would make absolutely no sense what was going on in Stargate Universe if you didn't watch it in serial form. Excuse me, sir, I was opening that trunk there. Opening that trunk there, sir. Yeah, it was like 97. It was late 90s. It was really good for late 90s TV. For late 90s TV, Stargate SG-1 was really like... Ooh, free matches. Nice. Stargate SG-1 was really good for its time. I mean, it was very basic, like effects and stuff, but they worked. They worked. Yeah, Stargate Universe. I personally, for me, Tweaky, I love Stargate Universe from the get-go. I thought it was really, really good from the get-go. I mean, it was a little slow, but they were kind of world building in a way. Not really world building, but they were setting everything up. I think the sad part about Stargate Universe is it never got the time to flesh itself out. I truly believe that they slow burned it too much. And unfortunately, it's good. I mean, it's good to slow burn a show and give it good setup. But if you slow burn a show too much, you'll lose your audience. Your audience will get kind of bored and not want to watch it. And that's what happened with Stargate Universe. It just never caught on. And honestly, let's just be real. Other than Stargate Atlantis, once Richard Dean Anderson was out of Stargate, it kind of lost a lot of its flavor. It just did for me anyway. I mean, and believe me, nobody loves Ben Bowder and Claudia Black more than me. I'm a huge Farscape fan. They're amazing together. They have amazing chemistry together. But for me, Stargate just did not have the same impact as it did when Jack and all the the standard crew was on it. Hello, Mr. Bear. Hello. Okay, now he saw me. Now he saw me. Love you too, Miss Sunnypot. What was the earlier Claudia Black series? I thought it was going to be too Jim Henson-y. Farscape. Farscape was great. Farscape, for me, Farscape is Farscape is in my top 5 of all-time favorite television sci-fi shows ever. One of them is Farscape, because Farscape is freaking amazing. BSG was really good, yeah. BSG was in my top 5 for quite a while. What the heck? What in the heck? But, sorry. that was very intense there. Very intense. But yeah, no, that was in my, what was that what was the spending time hack for? Oh, just to make him die out there. You like the, Kurt stuff asked, very stylized sci-fi with a hint of humor. In a way, yeah. I mean, my top 5 are Doctor Who, classic and new up to Matt Smith. He can't attack if you sleep or pass time now. He can't. He could if you come out of it and he's right next to you, he can, yes. But yeah, Doctor Who, Firefly, Babylon 5, Farscape, and The Expanse has now moved into number 5. Because I really, truly love The Expanse. The Expanse to me is like, damn. So amazing. Such an amazing frickin' show. Wow, I do not have that much fuel on me, huh? That makes things awkward between me and Mr. Bear. Oh, and SG1 is great. SG1's in my top 10. It's just that there's others that I like way better. And a lot of that goes into what do I watch on a regular basis? What do I enjoy on a regular basis? What ones have I gone back and watched again and again and again? Oh, The Expanse is so good. Oh my god. The space battles in The Expanse are amazing. I like SG1 so much I bought the 10 years DVD box. Nice! SG1 is great. SG1 is really great. I'm just saying, for me, it kind of lost. I kind of switched over to Stargate Atlantis once Jack was out of the show. Once Richard Dean Anderson was not really a main character anymore. I kind of just switched over to Stargate Atlantis and called it a day. I was like, okay, Stargate Atlantis, you're the one for me now. Well, the thing I like about the Expanse, and yes, I agree, Mark Words, I think it is the best sci-fi in a long time. Who's the winner in the Londo versus Amos in the reversal of hate to love the character? I would say Amos is. I was never a big Londo Calrissian fan, though. I was never a big Londo fan. I don't know what it was. It's like, okay. Surprise, surprise, it's Lando in disguise. I still remember that commercial. Have I ever played Ark? I played it for a brief, short period of time, yes. But yes, I think The Expanse is one of the best sci-fis in a long time. And I personally loved Amos from the beginning. I mean, I thought, wow, this guy's kind of a douche, but at the same time, I'm like,
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
I see where he's coming from. And then that scene with Pax, is it Pax? With the doctor dude who's trying to get his daughter back. And the doctor's standing there staring down the guy who kidnapped his daughter and has like got the gun pointed at his head. And then Amos comes in and just grabs his hand and he's like, "You're not that guy." And then he kind of pushes him out of the room and the door shuts and the doctor's like, thank you so much. And Amos just raises his gun and goes, "I am that guy." And he just shoots him and you're like, it was like, oh my god. That was just like crazy. And also the guy who plays Amos is just such a good actor. He's such a good actor. I mean, the scene right before that,
too heavy to carry.
the scene right before that where they actually rescue that guy's daughter, and he looks at his daughter and he goes, he puts his daughter's hands into Amos's hand and he's like, "Now I want you to go with Amos. He's my best friend in the whole world." And Amos is just, you can see on Amos's face, the actor's just like so good. You can see on Amos's face that he's like, wow, this guy's my best friend. He's like, I've never been anybody's best friend ever before. And it was like, aww. I could feel for Amos in so many ways. It's just like, aww. Yeah, he's a douche, but he's our douche. Yeah. Well, I think the thing, Tweaky, that a lot of people miss, and it held your message because it has douche all over it, and it could be bullying, so I'm not gonna put it up in chat. But Tweaky said, "God, I dislike Amos from the first season, such a douche. Somewhere around the second season, it turned into, oh yeah, he's a douche, but he's our douche." Well, the thing about Amos is that you have to understand, Amos is one of those ride or die kind of guys. once you are in with Amos,
Right here. I thought
he is ride or die with you. I mean, he's never gonna, he is never, it would take death to make him betray you, and even then, he would never betray you. And that's the thing. You know, he's such a different character than, like, Jane. I mean, I love Jane, but Jane in Firefly, he was a very untrustworthy character. And people knew that about him. Malcolm knew that about him. Malcolm knew that Jane would possibly stab him in the back if given the chance. And Jane tried a couple of times. Not just once, but a couple times. And so there's always that, you know, but Amos is such a different character in that way. As rough and gruff and tough and kind of emotionless as he is on the surface, there's a whole lot more going on under the surface, which I like how they've done. I like what they've done with him. So
It's so cold.
he's probably one of my favorite characters in that show.
Lay down for a bit.
X-Files is a great show too. X-Files is really good. I had a big crush on Gillian Anderson.
Barely walked with this much gear.
Have a good lurk, Mrs. Honeypot. All right, we're tired. We're tired, and we're cold. I did have a lot of crushes, Mark Wars. I was a very loving person, Mark Wars. I spread the Athene love around. So I either have to say I spread the Athene love around, or I just wasn't that picky. And probably just I wasn't that picky. Let's just be honest. I probably was not that picky. I was like, ooh, bright shiny object. I'm like a cat with a little bright shiny toy, and then I see another bright shiny toy, and I go, oh, oh, oh. Is there a vaccine for Athene love? No, there's not. There's not. But the Johnson & Johnson is trying to come up with one. Trying to come up with one right now for me. So. All right, so that's our second bear in the zone, boys and girls. Pretty proud of us. Yes, it's called cynicism.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much
I
longer.
am not that much of a cynic, most of the time. Sometimes I am. I'm not that much of a cynic. What would ever lead you to believe that I'm cynical? Wow, that was a big bear too. 5 kilos. That's some good bear meat right there, my friends.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Yeah, I'll probably go back and watch The Expanse again at some point. I really think that the first couple seasons of The Expanse are probably the strongest. What's the point of cutting the meat in the bag? To get it out of the bag. You don't want to leave the meat in the bag, even if you're not gonna cook the meat right away. You don't want to leave it in the bag, because if the bag does decay, just like everything else. You see, these are already down to 72%, and the bagged meat does decay rather quickly. And if it ever reaches 0, it will disappear. All of the meat inside of it, everything in it will disappear, because it acts like a container. And if you put meat into a container and it's at 0%, it goes poof. And this way, the meat is always good and just sitting out here waiting for me. Whenever I want it.
Carry this load for much longer. Looks like a new day is dawning.
Looks like a new day is dawning. So, even if you're not going to... Oh, jeez. Even if you're not going to cook the meat, you want to at least harvest it.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
No power in the verse can stop me.
Hey, Jock, thank you so much for the follow there. I appreciate that very much. Hope you're having a great day. We will build a little fire here. Am I on tomorrow? Yes, I will be. Yes, I will be. I'll be on tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then we'll be doing Long Dark, Escape of Pacific, some solo Icarus tomorrow. That'll be fun.
Come on, little fire.
Mountain Man, how you doing? My mom died. Oh, dude. Oh, man, I am so sorry for you, brother. That absolutely sucks. Preacher Cass, how you doing? Oh, Mountain Man, I am so sorry, my friend. The loss of a parent is never, ever an easy thing. You gonna go watch the thing with the hubby? All right. Have a good one. Well, Mountain Man, my thoughts and prayers are with you, my friend. That is never easy. Wow, how cold is it out there? It got cold really quick. Wow, it's negative 91 out here right now. I was like, that has to be a pretty bad storm out there. It's negative 91 outside right now. That's pretty dang cold.
Meat trees?
Nope, but you don't need to eat trees. We got bear meat right here, my dear. There's no need to go for trees. Well, Mountain Man, good to have you back, though. I hope things start getting better. I mean, I've lost my dad, like, over a decade ago, so... My mom, thank goodness, is still around and healthy, but yeah, I couldn't imagine losing my other parent, and yeah, it's really, really sad. Sorry about that.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, good thing, huh? Good thing we brought it inside. We got it all nice and stored in here now. As it is freaking cold out there now, boys and girls. Jeez Louise.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh my god. You're such a complainer, darling. It's not that heavy. It's not that heavy. Can't let the bear freeze, exactly. You couldn't let the bear freeze out there on his own. Poor little feller. He would have been very sad. And very cold. We had to bring him inside here and snuggle with him by a warm fire. So he didn't get cold.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear. I'll do anything for a drink right now.
I know, but what would you do for a Klondike bar? Dun dun dun. Do we have any pills? I have no pills left. Okay. A little bit of water. I guess I could make some water up on one of these fires.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, that storm just is not going away, is it? Why is it, Mark Wars, that we always get a storm right after a bear? I mean, we killed the bear by the barn, we got a blizzard. We kill the bear here, we get a blizzard. I am starting to believe that it's right, that your theory is correct. That blizzards bring on blizzards are brought on by bears dying.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
It always seems to happen. It always seems to happen without fail. How long does a blizzard typically last? As long as it wants. And there's no real determiner on it. I have had blizzards, CS, that have lasted all day long. That have never gone away. And this one so far has lasted from morning until almost afternoon.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
People always ask me why I don't cook in the pots. I'll cook in the pot. Why not? I can't cook these in pots. But see, it evened out my cooking times. You had a 12-hour in Pleasant Valley on day 8. Blizzards don't care about your schedule. No, they do not. Yes, you can cook in pots. If you cook in a pot, CS, it is less cooking time, and it gives you more time on the other side to get the item off of the fire. See how this has 59 minutes? These have an hour and 28. So you get like an additional half hour of time on the other side. And these take 57 minutes to cook, but you have to do it from your inventory. And these take 46 minutes to cook. So it's the difference of like, what, 11 minutes? You get an 11-minute discount and a half-hour bonus on the other side. So, not too bad. Hey, glad to catch a stream. Watching a few of your YouTube videos and installed the game again a few days ago. That's awesome. Oh, that's so good to hear. Well, Jock, I hope that you enjoy. Always, as I always tell people, and you've probably seen me tell people on my videos, play it in whatever format you want to play it. If you are comfortable in Pilgrim, play it in Pilgrim. As long as you're playing the Long Dark, you're doing it right. There's no right way or wrong way to play this game other than just not playing it. So, yes, Interloper is a completely different beast than any other part of this game. There's nothing that the other difficulty levels like do that really prepares you for Interloper. There just isn't. I mean, Interloper will smack you hard over and over again. Which is good, though. It's fun. I mean, that's what makes the game, in my opinion, a lot of fun. Well, we're going to cook up this whole bear before this blizzard passes. It's now past noon, and the blizzard is still going. That's why we all watch Atheenon to learn the tricks. I don't have a lot. Well, I have a few tricks here and there. I'll admit that. Mainly lining up the meat is very important. The lining up of meat is the most important thing you'll do. Wonder if there's any more sticks out here I can gather. Why are there bunny rabbits out in the snow? That makes me scared. Very odd behavior by the bunny rabbits.
Oh, so cold.
I did not mean to do that. hey, playing on Pilgrim is totally fine. That's the thing. It's like, as long as you're enjoying the game, it doesn't really matter what you're playing it on. I know some people who just like the game for story mode. I like some people who just like the game and play it on custom games because that's all they want to do. That's totally cool. I don't think they're ever going to do a Long Dark 2. If they do another project, it's going to be something different than Long Dark. It'll probably be on the same engine. It'll probably have some of the same mechanics, but it will be probably a completely different game. As far as environment, as far as like, you know, I think they will try to do something different. Cabin Fever? Oh, jeez. I wish they just took Cabin Fever out of the game. I know you can turn Cabin Fever off in custom games. That's the one nice thing. One nice thing. You can turn it off in custom games, so that's good. Thank God. There's a lot of stuff. I mean, there's the basics of this game. I like a game like The Long Dark for one reason as well. The basics of the game are relatively easy to understand. The actual application of those basics is the harder thing to execute. Because the basics of the game are stay warm, keep yourself fed, keep yourself hydrated, don't get too tired, don't get eaten by animals, and stay alive. Now, the execution of that is completely up to you. How you execute those instructions is completely your business. And there's no right or wrong way to do it as long as you stay alive. If you find staying alive means running around naked in the wilderness with no weapons, on a wing and a prayer, hey, as long as you're alive, so. Also showed the game to a few friends and now they're binging it, yeah. Well, and it is a game that you can share around, and I think a lot of people don't know it exists. And I like seeing it shared because I think this game deserves way more credit than it gets. Way more credit than it gets. Oh, man. Boop, boop. Well, and that's the thing. That's the thing I love about this game, Luke and Fear, is that no matter the difficulty level you're playing on, you are the storyteller of the game. It reminds me in a way of, all right, have a good one. It reminds me in a way of like old choose your own adventure type things, where it's like, okay, I want to go this way. I want to do this. And there's no right or wrong answer to what you're doing because you're surviving, and that's all that matters. And the random sunrise, sunset moments are beautiful. They really add a pop to the game that the game doesn't have, that a lot of games don't have. Wow. We cooked up the whole bear, and the storm is still not passed. The camp office during the Aurora, yeah. Lots of good atmosphere there, for sure. Wow, this storm has lasted all day long. All day long. All night long. All night, yeah. All night long. Sorry. Little Lionel Richie just popped into my head there. I couldn't help myself. Yeah, I'm just playing regular Interloper. Yes, well, this was sent to me by a viewer. I had a viewer send me this. This was made for me by a viewer. Actually, Lynette actually has her own little link. You can go over and check out Lynette Gate City Yarns. She actually made this toque for me, which actually I should have turned it around when we were fighting the bear, when we were hunting the bear, because we have a bear side that has little sticks on it. There's little sticks to it. But yeah, I have some amazing viewers, and they've sent me some cool stuff. So, and then Rhiney Beef sent me this beautiful Canadian sweatshirt it's a little cool. It's a little cool this morning. So I'm wearing it because it's a little cool. I wonder what the temp's like outside right now. Yeah, it's like 45 right now and cloudy. It was like down to like 36 this morning though. So it was a bit nippy. It was a bit nippy out. Well, the storm finally passed. That storm lasted for like over a day. For like a day. Well, like all of the day and into the night that storm lasted. So, but yes, I have some very wonderful viewers who have helped me be thematic. I mean, my first long dark hat was this one here. This one I got off Amazon like years ago. It's just a Canadian one. I was just like, okay, well, I want a Canadian hat to wear while I play a Canadian game in Canada. You know, that's set in Canada. So I got this hat, and that was my hat for a long time. And I still to this day will wear that hat every once in a while, but just not as much anymore. But yeah, my viewers have helped keep me thematic. Oh, we are so gonna run into wolves now. Star Sand, so Trev Daddy, we got to a point in Star Sand where I had not planned far enough ahead. I ran out of water and I died. And I had a save point that I could not successfully get out of. So we started over on Tuesday. We started over and we did a new run, which is going a little bit better this time. It's one of those where I definitely learned from my first experience. Can bears smell you? Yes, they can. Bears can and will smell you. You can actually use that to your advantage, though. If a bear isn't paying any attention to you, you can load yourself up with a little bit of smell, and he'll follow you at a greater distance. And bears do move kind of slow, so sometimes you want them following you from a greater distance. Because you'll sometimes you can actually outrun a bear and he'll forget about you. If you have smell on you, it'll take you a little further distance before you'll be able to run out of his smell range. You won't be able to get away from him as quickly, but in a good way if you're trying to get him to follow you somewhere. Because sometimes that's the goal with the bears. You want him to follow you somewhere, and you keep running. I find that happens all the time where I want the bear to follow me, but I get too far ahead of him, and he goes, I don't care anymore. The bears are they're kind of like bored tanks. They just get bored. They're like following you, and they just get kind of bored if you get too far ahead. They're like, he's too far ahead of me. He's too far ahead of me. The bears are like Old Man River. They're like, you got too far ahead of me. I could not keep up anymore. I'm going back home. I'm not gonna follow you anymore. Is the smell meter still counted how many pieces or have on you or weight? I honestly don't. I've never understood the smell meter. Right now I have. That's what I have on me that smells right now. I have 10 guts and 4 pieces of meat. 1 gut gives me 1 smell meter. 10 guts give me 2 smells. And picking up all that meat gives me 3. I don't know how it works. I have no idea how it works. All I know is smell is just broken. If you're carrying around raw guts or meat, just expect that wolves will sense you from a long ways away and come to nibble on your face. Just accept that fact. I don't know the exact mathematics of it or science of it. Just understand that that even if you're carrying 1 gut and no stink lines are up above there, you're still gonna attract the wolves. Even if you walk without rhythm, you're still gonna attract the worm. So, oh yeah, even if it doesn't register a bar on the meter, it can still smell it. And I can prove that to you. It's not that I'm just saying it. I can prove that to you. I can put 1 gut on me, go outside, and have a wolf just like come right at me from halfway across the field, and then I can drop the gut and he'll actually turn and go away. He'll be like, "Oh, no, I don't care." Yeah, even if you have a piece of cooked meat, it's still smelling. Yep. It's kind of silly. It's a silly Billy. Yep. A point. Yeah. It's definitely not. It's definitely. I can tell you for a fact it is not based on weight. It is not based on weight. Because a 0.01 kilo piece of meat will attract wolves just as much as a 1 kilo piece of meat. That's why I recommend, if you're gonna carry meat with you, carry the large pieces with you instead of a bunch of small pieces. Because the bunch of small pieces, every piece you carry adds to that smell meter. Which is kind of weird, but that's the way it works, is every piece. I think that probably goes better towards your question there about what it's based on. But yeah, every piece you carry is going to contribute to that smell meter. So you want to carry as few as you possibly can. Smell lines might be based on weight, but yeah, the predators don't care about lines. Yeah, if you're gonna do it big. Do it big. You want to go big or go home, baby. Oh, we're gonna face some wolves going over to the barn right now. 'Cause that's where we're heading with all of our stuff. I'm gonna take that toolkit with me. Gotta have so much stuff just laying around places. Got wood here now. How much wood do I have on me? I only got 3. Okay, that's fine. We're pretty heavy as it is. And always crouch when you go out of doors. I can't stress that enough. Crouch, 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 crouch. Always crouch going out of a door. It'll save your life one day. One day it will save your life. So see, right now we have 1 stank line on us. 1 stank line on us. That's all we got. We're gonna do some science, boys and girls. Unfortunately, yeah, and recrouch after you get out of a car, but by then it's too late anyway. By then it's way too late. Wow, look at that. Look at that morning sky, baby. Look at that morning sky. It's beautiful.
Power in the verse can stop me.
1995Z, how you doing, my friend? Hope you're having a grand day and life is treating you well. Wanted to do a little wolf science, but I don't see any wolfy boys. Well, this makes me sad.
Gotta warm up somehow.
Hoping there'd be a wolf like in the distance that we could test some stink stuff on. I'm not seeing any. Oh, jeez Louise. Not that wolf, Duke. Not that wolf. Thank you for the first time chat as well. We will be gentle, my friend. We're always gentle with our first time chatters. But yeah, I'm having a pretty good day so far. We've got a few more hours of Long Dark. We're gonna play a bunch of Icarus today as well, which should be a blast and a half. I'm really looking forward to Icarus, I will say. Alright, I do not see any. I don't see any Wolfie boys. How annoying. Well, I was gonna practice it, but how different is Icarus from Long Dark? Well, it's set in space. It's set on a planet that's been terraformed. You have a lot more crafting options. But it has some similar basic things. You gotta watch your food, your water. You have to watch your oxygen. There are storms that'll make the weather really bad, and so you will have temperature issues that can really damage you a lot. Temperature and weather issues. There's some diseases you can get in it. It has some similar beats, but Winneth, it has a lot more to it as well. Basically, the whole premise of Icarus is that you are going to a planet that had a moon, actually, that had a they tried to terraform it and it went wrong. The thing is, though, the planet still has a lot of valuable resources and information that companies want, and you are sent down there to retrieve that stuff. So you have missions that you go on to retrieve that stuff, and you have to go down to the planet. You go down on what's called a drop into a prospect, and you start with really nothing. You have a skill tree and a talent tree, and your talent tree is like different schematics for buildings and for different tools and stuff like that. And your talent tree specifically is sort of a benefits tree that gives you better shooting skill, or better lets you a better, easier mining skill or crafting skill, that sort of stuff. So at every level that you achieve in the game, you get like 1 skill point and like 3 or 4 talent points to assign, and so you have to choose what you're going to sort of specialize in. The game is definitely geared towards multiplayer, because it's just in solo play, it's just a very slow moving game. It's not unplayable in solo. They actually have a specific skill tree set up for solo play that is only active if you are playing solo. It does not, the skills that you highlight in it are not active if you're not playing solo. So I could definitely see when it goes live on, I think it's December 2nd, I could see people creating a solo character that they can just play by themselves, and a group character, which they'll be like, okay, I want to be the builder. So I'm going to play with my friends, and I'm going to be the person who builds all the buildings, and does that sort of stuff. Or you could play as the miner, or the crafter, or the hunter. So you can all take on a different role, and that definitely, and there'll be some overlap, of course, but I can see definitely where the game is going to be very playable both ways. So, do you think it can compare to Long Dark with survival gameplay? Not as like pure survival, no. I mean, comparing it to the Long Dark is like comparing apples to oranges in that way. There's similar beats, but the overall premise of the game is completely different. I found where the moose should be, and we're gonna go look for him right now. But yeah, it has similar beats to the Long Dark, and really the thing I found in playing a bunch of different survival games is all survival games have some similar beats. You have to watch food, water, some other random element, be it cold, heat. In the case of Icarus, it's your oxygen. You have to watch your overall health. You have to watch for some sort of outside extraneous, some outside creature that may attack you, whether it's a bear, a wolf, a woolly mammoth, whatever it is. You have to watch out for those creatures. And then you have to decide what you're going to do, where you're going to go, and sort of live. And so a lot of survival games have very similar beats. I wouldn't categorize Icarus as a solely survival game, but then again, even a game like Medieval Dynasty has some survival flair to it, but it's not really a survival game. So, Long Dark is probably the most pure survival you versus nature game there's ever been. There's some that have come close to it, but Long Dark perfected it. The Long Dark really perfected the genre. As far as it's just you versus the elements, nobody else to help you. Survival just adds a bit of spice to a lot of games. Yeah, it does. I mean, it does. Icarus overall is a really fun game for different reasons than the Long Dark, but it is actually a really fun game. I've had a blast playing it. Yeah, Icarus is the game that our house burned down. The one word of warning in Icarus: do not walk around in your wood house with a lit torch. Just don't do it. It generally does not end up well. Wait till your house is made of stone before you start walking around in your wood house with a lit, before you start walking around in your house with a torch. Well, or just don't let games live into your house. That's probably the more accurate statement. Now see, here's the moose marks here, boys and girls. These are the moose marks I was talking about. You'll find these on trees in many of the zones, and they tend to mark the boundary of where the moose can spawn. The moose can wander outside of that boundary, but what predators does Icarus have? Oh, geez. Your basic predators are the wolves and the bears. Then you have polar bears, hyenas, saber-toothed tigers. There's a giant sandworm in the desert. Did I say woolly mammoths? There's woolly mammoths. In the frozen area. The frozen area also has the Arctic snow cats and the polar bear, which is way tougher than a regular bear, which is way tougher than a lot of stuff. So yeah, there's quite, and then there's deer. There's some sort of little goat. There's some rabbits. There's a lot of different animals. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of... I like the animal diversity, especially when you go from one biome to another. You see a shift in the kind of animals you get. Like, you don't find the hyenas and the little... they have, like, in the desert area, they have that little... The kudu kind of deer. You know, the one that has, like, the curly... I'm sitting here going... The one that has the curly antlers on it, you know? So each biome sort of has its own flair for what animals are in it, which is kind of cool. And of course, you don't really find you don't find polar bears and snow cats or snow leopards out in the jungle. The one word of warning I give to anybody who's looking at Icarus is look at the specs of what it asks you to have for your computer. I have a 2080 Ti card in my computer. It runs relatively well on high graphics. It struggles a little bit on high graphics. The game is not real well optimized as of yet, which I'm hoping they'll optimize once it goes live. Would you play the Long Dark set in summer when the storm is throwing off the environment such that it's extremely hot? Sure. Winquisition, we haven't done it frequently or often lately, but we used to talk all the time about how we would love it if the Long Dark introduced seasons into the game. Where, like, these rivers would become impassable because they'd actually be water. Where, yeah, it wouldn't get super, super warm, probably, because it is the Long Dark. But it would become warmer. And, yeah, we've talked about the seasons. Mark Wars especially is like a big proponent of having seasons in the Long Dark. Could you imagine Forlorn Muskeg in a fall or a spring type setting where it's getting all mushy? There's certain areas that have sinkholes that you'll just fall into. Other ones that just have like the marsh type thing. Oh wow. Is it harder on your system than Red Dead 2? Yes. It is harder on my system than Red Dead 2, Millers. I think right now, I think part of the problem with Icarus right now is it's just poorly optimized. I think it's just poorly optimized at the moment. That's my impression of it. Right now it says the recommended. I never, honestly, boys and girls, whenever you see a minimum requirement on a game, don't buy it if that's your system. It'll run like garbage. It'll run like garbage on that. But the minimum that they require for it is a Windows 10, Intel i5-8400, 16 gigabytes of RAM, a GTX 1060, 6 gigabyte graphics processor. Now it's recommended for a NVIDIA RTX 3060 Ti. That's the recommended set graphics card for Icarus. So that's why I'm saying my 2080 Ti card handles it, but only handles it if I downgrade the graphics. You can't run it like on really high graphics. So me want liquid water on all maps. Think how different Coastal Highway and Mystery Lake alone would be. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. I would like a Rocky Mountain setting where you can get full seasonal changes. But yes, my 2080, and it recommends you have at least an Intel i7 9700 processor and 32 gigabytes of RAM, and storage is 70 gigabytes of available space. The big thing that I look at is that the minimum requirement is a 1060 6 gigabyte. The high end is what it recommends is a 3060 Ti. And I'm just saying that my 2080 Ti handles it okay. I can play it on high graphic settings. It'll lag every once in a while, but it doesn't I've not really had any crashes. No, actually I can't say that. I have had crashes on the Icarus game, but it's not a graphics problem, it's a build problem. So the crafting tables in Icarus can also act as storage containers. You can supply the crafting tables with wood or whatever item it is so that it can draw from that instead of your backpack to craft items at the crafting table. The glitch they have right now is that you can pick up a crafting table even if it has stuff inside of it. You can pick it up and it drops the stuff that's inside of it, but that sometimes glitches the game and makes it crash if you do that. So if you pick up a crafting table that has stuff inside of it, it can crash the game.
Just subscribe.
Krushek with a tier 1 sub for 2 months. Thank you for the 2-month resub there, my friend. I can't. It runs like crap on Linux or Proton for some odd reason. Oh no. But yes, Mark Wars. Yeah, Adel, Arid's pretty fun. I would recommend playing Star Sand, though. If you had all liked Arid, you'll probably love Star Sand. Star Sand, I think, is a far superior game than Arid. It's still in early access, which gives me lots of hope. And I've really been enjoying my time in Star Sand. And I'll be playing Star Sand next Saturday, so... And by the way, my friend did loan me their Xbox control cord. It was my cord that was bad. My cord went bad, so the one thing my friend recommended I do though is unplug my controller completely when I'm not using it, which I forgot to do the other night. That way it doesn't have a chance of getting hit or breaking down or you know, any of that bad stuff. So, overheating or anything like that. So he said, when you're not using it, just unplug it from your PC. In fact, unplug the whole thing. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And then I forgot to do it. I really wish the moose would show up. But if the moose isn't here, we're just going to bail on it. We don't need the moose, but the moose would be great. By the way, boys and girls, look right up there. Look at that. Look at those beautiful mugs. Look at those beautiful mugs. We got 4 different mugs now. We even have a Barry Atheenon Christmas mug. And right now, if you're a subscriber on the channel, you can get 10 to 20% off on all your merchandise purchases. Had to plug there. You get 10% off if you're a tier 1 subscriber. You can get 15% off if you're a tier 2 and 20% off if you're a tier 3 subscriber. So go pick up some merchandise. Get a little discount. Get something for your loved one for Christmas. I can't wait till mine gets here. I ordered a bunch of it already, so. I ordered some merchandise for myself. Is the Icarus beta open now, or is that the thing coming in December? Actually, Winquisition, the Icarus beta, this is the last weekend of Icarus beta. Then the game goes live on December 2nd. So right now, Icarus beta has been going on for like the last, oops, why did that change? Icarus beta has been going on since August, I think. Yeah, it's been going on since like August. I highly recommend the game. It's really fun. I actually find it to be one of the more enjoyable games to play with other streamers because it has enough stuff going on that you can have fun. I find it an easier game to keep up with chat on. I can keep up with chat and still play it, so that's unfortunate because they make it inaccessible to anyone who doesn't have a fancy rig. I think mine could handle it, but the hubbies could. I don't think the hubbies could. I have a Radeon Pro 5700 XT. I think he has a GTX 1050 Ti. Yeah, see, that's the thing that made me kind of sad about it. I like the game millers, but it is. I have a feeling it's one of those where at first it's not going to do real well. In a year or two, when the higher end graphics cards come down in price because they release different, newer stuff, then I think a lot of people who haven't upgraded their computers will upgrade their computers to get a chance to get it. It makes me... Oh, jeez. It almost makes me wonder why companies do that. If I was a company and I wanted to make a game as accessible as it could possibly be, if I wanted to make a game as accessible as people, to as many people as could possibly have it, I would try to make the game to hit lower graphics settings. I don't know. where they had an option to upgrade it, but they didn't have to upgrade it. You know what I'm saying? See how that wolf's coming right at me? I dropped the one gut. I have one gut. One gut. No, oh, one, I have one line. But I only have to have one gut and that wolf comes right at me. One gut gives me one line. I think it's different with the meat though. Let's check out the meat. Okay, so the meat gives me no lines. And here comes the wolf.
So cold.
I had no lines on me and that wolf sensed me from all the way over there. I don't know what happened there, but I'm not gonna complain. That was so random. That was so random. He just took that little weird turn at the end. I shot him right in the side. Yeah, and I got beat up by the wolf anyway. It didn't even help. I got beat up by the wolf anyway. Well, that hat was already ruined. That hat was already, that was one I found that was already ruined. I was looking to see what else he damaged. He really didn't damage my boots. Those were already needed to be repaired. Looks like he damaged my moose hide satchel. That was beat up by the goat. Yeah, it was a bowstring. That's what it was. It was a bowstring. That's a good point. It was a bowstring injury, boys and girls. The bowstring snapped and it like hit me in the face and yeah, that's what it was. That was so weird. Yeah, when if that hat was one I found over there, so thank God that wasn't my hat. I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed. Well, we killed 2 bears. We killed 2 bears, and now we're heading back over to the farmhouse. That wolf was so weird. That was the weirdest wolf ever. Yuri with a first time long chat. Oh god. Oh god. I gotta read it. And you know me, boys and girls, after 2 sentences, I am like, or after 2 lines, my eyes glaze over. But Yuri5050 says, "Hi, Atheenon. Hope you are doing well. I think I made a mistake not mapping PV early on my Interloper run. I just spent from day 348 to 359 trying to draw the marked locations, but there are too many blizzards in here. I am leaving this for later. Also, in Mystery Lake, I am lacking 6 locations named possible old bear location. Do you know where this is? I did the cartographer challenge on Stalker, but don't remember this one. That is a glitch. If you look at the surveyed locations thing, the surveyed locations are goofed up right now. There's ones on here that don't oh, not that one. There's ones on here now that don't actually exist. There's ones that don't exist on here actually. These possible old bear location ones, that's a glitch. And I'm hoping they fix that at some point, Yuri, but it's a glitch. That happened when they released episode 4, I think. That is good headcanon there, Casey Canby. But yes, no, don't worry about it, Yuri. I always joke about that because Hadrian would always leave like big he'd leave posts like that in my chat. I'd look over at it and my eyes would just glaze over and Hadrian would be like, "Dude, I know you want to read it. I know you want to read it." I'm like, "I don't want to read it." So it's kind of one of those inside type things, but yes, I don't mind. But thank you for the first time chat. Thank you for coming by and hanging out with us. But yes, Pleasant Valley is probably one of the hardest zones to map. Especially if you're doing it on Interloper. Because the weather changes so drastically and so radically here that you can't like depend on it to be good weather for your mapping purposes. So you have to be very judicious in your mapping. Hiding behind trees to get little map stuff. One good thing you can try to do, Yuri, is try to find that Polaroid. The Burned Ridge Cave as well as the airplane are two possible locations for the Polaroid. And if you get the Polaroid, all you have to do is climb to the top up there by the radio control hut, map that, and it will open up a huge area in the zone. That's how I mapped a lot of my stuff, is by finding the Polaroids, opening up as much as I could of the zone, and then going and hitting little spots around the zone that were not captured by that. Because if you open it up on the map, then all you have to do is visit that named location, and it gives you the credit for doing it. So definitely doing that is the best way to go. Python Papa, how you doing? But yeah, mapping here in Pleasant Valley is annoying. Annoying. I've been streaming for 2 hours now. Almost 2 hours. I think I need to go get a Mountain Dew. The Bleak Inlet is equally annoying, but it doesn't have as many spots that you have to map, so... Oh my gosh, my mom's making homemade chili topped with cheese, sour cream, and crackers, plus applesauce and cornbread. Oh, jeez. I was looking at my mom's...
Hello, lovely people. Hi, Mr. Ra.
Oh, well, hello to you. Thank you for the 200 bits. There's my mom's chili she's making. Yum. I might just have to ditch out of streaming tomorrow and go out to my mom's for some chili. I might just have to do that. The Ginger Mountain Dew, baby.
If I don't warm up.
I still do not know where all the Polaroids are. You can go probably Google the possible Polaroid locations. I would imagine that's something you can Google. Yeah, if you put up Polaroid locations, the second thing down is Polaroid locations long dark. And then there's a Polaroid, there's actually on the wiki, on the Long Dark fandom wiki, there is a complete breakdown of where you can find all the Polaroid locations. So there you go. There you go. A ginger, yes, I'll be getting the gingerbread Mountain Dew here in just a minute. You haven't been in the game a while. I haven't had time to play many games lately. Might play a little today if I can. That's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, Yuri, for the mapping purposes, especially on Interloper, the Polaroids are the best thing. No, I haven't heard anything. Other than it's coming out before the end of the year. And by coming out before the end of the year, that means that it's going to be probably released sometime before the 15th of the month. It'll be probably released in the probably the second week of December. And it will, and before they go on Christmas break, but before they, it'll give them a chance to fix any bugs in the game at that point. Oh, this would be a great deer to get. It's just good. I mean, it'll give us a good deer hide, that sort of stuff. But yes, that's all I've heard, Casey Canby. Same thing everybody else has heard. I have no inside info. I wish I could, but if I did, I probably couldn't say anything anyway. But I can say that I don't have inside info. I headed out when I was way too tired. But I can tell you with certainty, I don't have inside info. I wish I did. I wish I did, but, you know. Lurk for a morning run. Ooh, have a good morning run there, Mark Wars. Dizzy JD, how you doing today? Message Hadrian for the inside info. Now we've brought up Hadrian's name multiple times. Let's get his name out there. If you've not followed the wonderful, amazing Hadrian, please do so. He is very busy in real life right now, so he's not doing any sort of YouTube or Twitch collaborations with me or anything like that. But his YouTube channel is still there. Go give it a subscription. Go watch some of his older stuff. He's very entertaining, insightful, knowledgeable, and an all-around good guy. So go give him some love. I really don't want to face them. I'm too tired. I'm too tired. They can go pound sand. Can't wait for Hadrian to come back. I know, I miss him too. He was here in chat. Hadrian was here in chat a little while ago, like about a week ago. We popped by chat and said hi, hung out for a little bit. And his voice, yeah, you know, if you love a good sultry voice, and you certainly don't get that with me, Hadrian has the voice. He has the voice of an angel, boys and girls. He has the voice that makes all the men jealous and all the women melt. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, it does. I mean, I'm jealous of his voice. I'd like my voice to be like all nice and smooth and sexy like that. Yeah. Hey. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. He's got an old school radio voice, exactly. I have the face for radio, and he's got the voice for radio. I'm wondering if anybody got that joke. But yes. I'm gonna leave the actually I could make myself some arrows, couldn't I? Oh, we got it. Oh, we got it. Yes, there's an old thing about, you know, having a face for radio. There's a thing about having a face for radio, boys and girls. It's okay though. I'm okay with it. Hey Tarmu, how you doing? Who? Hadrian. If you've never caught Hadrian if you've never gone and checked out Hadrian's YouTube channel, great YouTuber, super insightful on all the different games he plays. He's entertaining. He's fun to watch. Definitely somebody worth checking out on YouTube. He doesn't really do anything here on Twitch. But yes, definitely a great YouTuber and a good friend of the channel too. So I highly recommend him. Oh yeah, Tarmu, of course, my friend, no problem. And thank you for the first time chat. We'll be gentle. We're always gentle with those first time chatters. Once you've chatted a few times, though, we aren't very gentle anymore. So yes, it's the Hadrian, it's the real Hadrian, the real Hadrian. Well, I've given my review of my thoughts on Ghostbusters Afterlife. It was freaking amazeballs. I'm gonna definitely go see it again soon. I'm probably gonna take my son to it. I'm gonna make my son sit down and watch the original Ghostbusters first, so he can put everything in context. I think my son's seen the original Ghostbusters before, but he hasn't seen it recently. But yes, Ghostbusters Afterlife, 100% guarantee. It's a great movie. I absolutely loved it. I walked out of there going, wow, I have not seen a movie that good in so long. It has been so long since I've seen a movie that good. It was just fun. Was it perfect? No. It was kind of campy in some ways, which actually I enjoyed immensely. There were things that didn't make logical sense in it in some fashions, but it was just a fun movie. It was fun. It had ghosts. It had busting. It had good characters in it. You know, the little sister was probably my favorite character. Like I said earlier, every scene she was in, she just totally stole the scene. She just in a good way, she just sucked the air out of the room, and she was the sole focus of what you were looking at. You didn't really look at anything. I mean, she just was like the main character. She was just awesome. And she's such a great actress too. I mean, wow. Was there a Ghostbusters cartoon back in the day? Yes, there was. There was a Ghostbusters cartoon back in the day. There was a Ghostbusters video game back in the day. Yeah. Nope, you're not misremembering. There was a Ghostbusters cartoon. You are not misremembering at all. Did we take the curtains in here? That'd be a good thing to do. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay. Take the curtains while we wait for it to get to be a little bit lighter so we can actually see in here. But yeah, there was the real Ghostbusters. Yes. That's what it was. The real Ghostbusters cartoon. My brother watched it into the ground. Hey, Ghostbusters, I don't think people remember what a big phenomena Ghostbusters was. Ghostbusters was huge. Ghostbusters was absolutely like the biggest thing for a long period of time. I mean, when that came out, that movie was just like, it was everywhere. I mean, you had Ghostbusters the lunch pail, you had Ghostbusters the Halloween. I mean, what better outfit for Halloween than a Ghostbusters outfit for Halloween? Come on. Ghostbusters outfit for Halloween? I mean, that was like, I remember so many people who had Ghostbusters outfits for Halloween. Yeah, even Slimer was famous. I know. Even Slimer played a huge part in the animated. Wasn't Slimer like sort of their buddy in the animated series? He was sort of like their Orko or Batmite or Wonder Twins in the Ghostbusters animated, the Ghostbusters cartoon. Wasn't Slimer like a big deal in that? Their new Shamu, exactly. So yeah, I mean, it was a phenomena. It really was. And then they tried that travesty of whatever Ghostbusters 2016 was, and I had no interest in it whatsoever. No interest in it whatsoever. But oh, I highly, if you've not seen it yet, go check out. I had not been that excited about going and seeing a movie in a long time. And about the only only other one right now that I'm really excited for is Spider-Man No Way Home. I think that one is just going to be, awesome. I definitely think that Tobey Maguire and Tom Holland are going to appear in it. Or not Tom Holland, what's his name? The other dude who played the other Spider-Man. I never really liked his, I'm a Tobey Maguire boy, so I'm in with my Tobster, even with that awful Spider-Man 3. It's McSomething or another. I want to say his name is McMuffin. The McMuffin guy who played the second Spider-Man. Somebody in chat's gotta have it. Come on, chat, help me out here. Who was the McMuffin man? Who was the McMuffin man who played the second Spider-Man? I'm sure they're going to be in the new Spider-Man. I'm positive they're going to be. They have to be. They'd be stupid not to have them in there. Okay, nobody's going to help me out. Nobody's going to help me out. Andrew Garfield. See, I want to call him the McMuffin because I just don't even remember his name. Andrew Garfield? Really? Yeah, I didn't like his Spider-Man too much. His Spider-Man could go away, but thank you, Andrew Garfield. Thank you, Avenger Guardian. I appreciate that. But yeah, Andrew Garfield. I just can't believe it's not going to have them in there. All I want to see is Tobey Maguire anyway, so, you know. All I want to see is Tobey. I just want to see Tobey again. I do like that they're bringing back the other Doc Ock. That Doc Ock was freaking amazing. You Googled it, but Avenger Guardian beat you to it. Yeah, isn't Google just the best thing? I was Googling it too, but Avenger Guardian beat me to it as well, so I just succumbed to it and went, okay, no problem. But yeah, I'm excited for that. I also saw the preview, my first time seeing a preview for the Mobius movie, which maybe a lot of you won't know who Mobius is, but yeah, I'm excited for that. How much longer will I be streaming for? Well, it's now 11 o'clock in the morning for me. We've got Long Dark for about an hour 45 longer, and then we will have some we'll have about 8 hours worth of Icarus after that. So I got about another 10 hours in me, my friend. Hello, Mr. Wolfie. Hello, Mr. Wolfie. Yeah, Mobius is a rather lesser-known character, but I remember reading the Mobius comic book when it came out, and I thought it was really good, so I really hope Mobius rocks too. Well, my one... See, here's my hot take on Disney. I think Mobius could be good because it's not Disney. Mobius could be good because it's not Disney. That could be like a big... It's a Sony project. And Sony tends to be a little more edgy. Sony tends to be more edge.
Did I?
Wow, that was a lot of arrows for one wolf. Sony definitely goes more edgy. They're like, we want our movie to be popular. We're gonna throw in some action. We're gonna throw in some violence. We're gonna make it gritty. We're gonna make it dirty. We're gonna do a little bit of stuff. Disney just kind of whitewashes everything. I think that's my main gripe with Disney movies. Is Marvel? You look at old Marvel movies, and you look at Marvel movies today. And Marvel movies today will make you understand that somebody died, but they generally won't show you somebody dying. They won't show the bad thing happening because they have to sanitize it for Disney Plus so that 12-year-olds can watch it. It's like you realize that probably a majority of your customer base for superhero movies is probably late 20s to mid 50s. That's probably the majority of your base for superhero movies. They're fine with a little bit of violence and grit. I mean, look at Logan. Look how well Logan did. Logan did well because it spoke to those of us who grew up with Wolverine, and we liked seeing an adult Wolverine movie. We liked seeing a Wolverine movie where it was no holds barred, where bad stuff happened, because that's what we remember from the Wolverine comic book. Bad stuff happened. Wolverine had a saying back in the day. I'm the best at what I do, and what I do is not very nice. That's what Wolverine was all about. And to try to whitewash it and sanitize it and make it less than it is just a disservice to everybody. Comic fans included. So... No, don't run away. That's the one that I injured. I'm sure it is. Sure, that's the one that I injured. Well, you know, they'll continue to destroy my childhood over and over again. But, you know, there's so much innuendo in Disney movies. Well, there is a lot of innuendo. But then again, that's because although Disney wants to project this idea that they're like this white as driven snow type organization, they're not. Good God! What will it take to take down this wolf? Jeez Louise! Did I really stuck an arrow right into the picnic table. But then again, all that innuendo, Miller, shows you where Disney really stands. They don't practice what they preach. They want to come across as being all pure as the driven snow. But then again, you know, I'm sure they got a few Harvey Weinsteins stuffed in their closets. Hey-o! I just always figure the more somebody rails about, you know, things having to be a certain way because it's evil or whatever, the more suspect they are in my eyes. The ones that get really, really animated about it are probably have a few things to hide themselves. Wolverine is a medium rare Macon salmon, someone the lich like it or not. I have no idea what you just said, Python Papa. I'm confused. I'm confused, my friend.
Oh, so cold.
But, you know, hey, I really think Mobius looks good. Back to my original point, I think Mobius looks like it could be a really good movie. It looks gritty, it looks dark, it looks a little it has a good feel from the trailer anyway. And yes, I did love the Wolverine, the Logan movie. I thought Logan was really well done.
Oh, lucky day.
Logan was everything I always wanted to see my except for Professor X, you know, dropping the F-bombs all the time. It made me sad. But other than that, Logan was really well done in the fact that it's what, you know, the feel of the movie was really good. The feel of the movie was really good. Whether I liked the direction of the movie or not doesn't really matter. The feel of that movie was really well done.
Warming up a bit.
A lot of bloody meat piles. I mean, honestly, as much hate as Wolverine Origins gets, other than the Deadpool part, other than the Deadpool part of Wolverine Origins, I really enjoyed Wolverine Origins. I thought I liked a lot of the action in Wolverine Origins. I really truly did. I thought it was a cool story.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
But, you know, I've seen the movie multiple times, and I have a prejudice with it, I guess.
I can't feel my hands.
Oh, I starved myself. That was stupid on my part. What did I do that for? What did I do that for? Yeah, I lost well fed. I thought about that the moment I clicked that. I was like, I tried to click escape, and I wasn't fast enough. Wow, that was a really bad move on my part. I don't like it there. Dag nabbit! Oh, thank you so much, Jira, for that 3-month resub. I'm gonna give out extra we can't hear crap points, because we can't hear crap right now. Let's just be honest, we can't hear crap. That's an hour 57, so we're gonna make some water while that's going. There we go. Make a little more water while this is going over here.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Woo! Country roads! Take me home with that 10-month resub there, my friend. Jira, this dance is for you as well. We'll give dances for everybody.
Contra Roads just
Contra Roads
for 10 months.
See, this is where placing snow shelters should not be this hard. Oh, of course. Now we're outside of the range of the fire for some reason. Good lord. See, placing snow shelters is such a pain in the bootay.
Jesus, it's cold.
I don't understand why. I mean, I'm sure it has something to do with the clipping in the game or something. I don't know. I know you would, darling, but we don't have just anything to eat. Because the damn bear hasn't wandered down here yet. Wow, that thing, see how that storm just wrecked our clothing? Look at how much damage our clothing has taken just from being out in the storm. It's almost better in this situation. Just to lay in your snow shelter with no clothes on. I mean, we're still 40 degrees warm.
Barely walked with this much gear.
Oh, there's a big mug in the way. Oh, yeah. My hats got really bad. My hat's at 75%. Yeah, there's a big mug in the way. Look at that. There's a big mug in the way. See, right there? Look at that. Right there. Right there. My hat's gone down to 75%. I see! Are you shaming me for having a big head? I think you are. No, we would never do that. Yes, you would. Don't lie. You would do that. How old is this run? We are now 87 days in. I wonder how cold it is out here. Oh. I guess you have to get away from the fire. Oh, it's only negative 70, 81. It's only negative 81. Only negative 81. It's not that bad. And then the storm went away. See, look at that. And then the storm went, okay, I'm done. Okay. Well, yeah, that storm wrecked our clothing. I didn't even think about that. I should have, the moment I got that fire going, I should have taken all my clothing off. See, it knocked my moose hide jacket down, knocked my gloves down, knocked my hat down, my boots and my pants all got knocked down. I totally just biffed that. Yeah, the storms like that, the blizzard will wreck your clothing really, really quick. Really quick. Cybertruck, how things going? Had a kidney stone pass in the ER on Monday. Why I had one, poor diet options at my university. Oh, snap, dude. I am so sorry. That sucks. Well, I hope that you're feeling better now. Hope you're feeling better now. This is the perfect place to make a snow shelter because you have such a nice fire right next to it. What is our weight right now? Oh, I need to put my clothing back on so I'm not so heavy. There we go. Oh, actually, I could take a... Pretty sure I lost a lot of condition, but it's over 100 now, if you know what I mean. She just walk out there, scantily clad in a frozen blizzard. Hey, hello, Miss Candela. How are you? Oh my God, what a nightmare to log in when in a new browser. Oh God.
OP doesn't seem so crazy.
I can imagine. So you're like on a brand new browser. That sucks. Yeah, I've had that issue before, logging in from a new browser and trying to figure my way into Twitch. It's like it takes a minute. It takes a little bit out of you, doesn't it? I know it took a little of my soul away. But you made it. Well, welcome, Miss Candela. I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous day, and life is treating you well. Hey, look at it this way, boys and girls. We'll get some skill ups for mending here. We'll get some mending skill ups. I'm doing actually pretty good. I went and saw Ghostbusters last night, which I super enjoyed and highly recommend.
Made it through another night.
We're having a fun time so far today. Doing a little bit of exploring out here in the world. I don't have another cured gut. That's weird. And then we're going to play some Icarus later this afternoon. And Gameslift and Cassadar and even VR Drunken Monkey might join me, and Jarl of Goats might join me, and then we're going to be. It was not, no, not in the least bit. It was I've not seen a love letter to a old franchise like that in a long time. It was a love letter to Ghostbusters. It really truly was. There were poignant moments in it that made me go, oh, this is what love letters look like. I mean, I actually shed a tear at the end of Ghostbusters. I shed a tear. I couldn't hold him in. It was good. It was good. That little girl that you see in all the previews, oh my god. She is an amazing actress. If she can do what she did in Ghostbusters in other movies and stuff, as she gets older, she's gonna have a great career. I mean, she is such a good actress. So believable, so personable, so endearing as an actress. That she's gonna have a long career ahead of her if she keeps doing it. So, gotta give out some points for that. Oh heck yeah, there you go. There's some great acting points. Those are great acting points, boys and girls. I just wish the bear would come up here. I keep waiting. I keep hoping that the bear will come over here. I've never been a big Daniel Craig Bond fan. I'm so old school Bond though that to me Roger Moore and Sean Connery are always going to be Bond. I never liked Pierce Brosnan as Bond. I was never really a big Daniel Craig fan as Bond. But you know, hey, that's just personal taste. I mean, but I can understand, man. I get you, Cyber. I get you, Cyber. You know, you see something like that and you're like, oh man. Especially when you know the franchise is kind of done, you know, when you know that Daniel Craig's time, if you're a Daniel Craig fan of Bond and you know his time is coming to an end, it's kind of like one of those moments where you're like, it's like you're losing a friend. It's like you're losing a friend, you know. Timothy Dalton, thank you. Timothy Dalton was the other one. And so yeah, you know, you're saying goodbye to your friend. Trev Daddy, thank you for the follow there as well. I appreciate that very much, my friend. But yeah, I really enjoyed, you know, enjoyed the old Bonds. I miss Sean Connery. I miss, see, that's the thing is like for me, the CGI is like CGI in Doctor Who. Just because you put a bunch of fancy CGI in there doesn't make your story good or bad. If you don't have a good underlying story to begin with, I don't care how much CGI you throw at it, it's still a hot mess. And that's, I mean, that's some of the charm of the older Bond films, the older Doctor Who's, is even though they have that lower CGI, the lower effects quality, I still love them. Yo, Atheenon, your kickoff tonight coincided with the kickoff of the famous Glasgow Celtic, who won the match. Oh, well, nice. Well, that's cool. Welcome to the channel, Trev Daddy. I hope you're having a fabulous, fabulous day. We got about another hour and a half of Long Dark to go, and we're going to hopefully get the rest of... We're basically, at this point, I'm working my way up towards Timberwolf Mountain. And then next time we play this character, we'll be going into Timberwolf Mountain. 100 viewer hype, what? Let's give out some points. Oh, 127, woo, look at that. All right, we got some bear hides curing in here. We got some birch curing in here. We got some guts in here. I'm gonna take 2 guts with me. What is my hacksaw at? 100%, beautiful. That is a summit-worthy hacksaw, boys and girls. Summit-worthy. $27 extras hype. Exactly. 27 extras hype for sure. Let's take all those. Take our arrowheads. Take our feathers. Take our maple. Time to go, boys and girls. Time to go. I lost my well-fed bonus, which just torques my willy. It makes me very upset. Well, I guess 100 viewers is good. Oh, you know, I appreciate each and every person who comes by my channel. And whether I have 1 viewer, 10 viewers, 100 viewers, I appreciate it so much when anybody decides to come by and hang out with us for a while. So, Osglow Celtic height. I don't know what the Osglow Celtics are. I would guess... I'm just guess. This is a wild guess in the dark. Are they a football team? Are they a football team? Like proper football. Like proper European football team. That would be my guess. But I'm not 100% sure. Speaking of climbing to summit, I recently started a stalker run on my college laptop. Any tips for weight reduction? Well, strip down, naked, no. Proper football, not American egg ball. For weight reduction, like right now you can see I have a lot of sewing kits. I'm going to leave some of those behind. I also have a lot of fishing tackle. So really, actually I can leave all my sewing kits behind. That's almost a kilo of weight I'm dropping right there. I don't need the flare. That's just an extra thing. I have bows and arrows. I don't need a flare. I do need my pry bar. I do need these essential tools. Flare gun I obviously need. You can take your choice with cooking pots or tin cans if you want. I prefer the cooking pots just because I like them. The bedroll, of course, you always need to have. This is extra stuff because I'm traveling right now. I'm taking my extra tools. I usually generally carry around most of my whetstones. I'm going to leave one here just to drop a little more weight. The torch you always want to have on you as well. As far as this sort of stuff goes, I'm going to drop off some cloth here. Cloth is one way you can shed some weight. We've repaired most of our clothing. I'm going to take a couple pieces of cloth just in an emergency circumstance type thing. I'm actually going to drop most of my sticks here. Just because I'll pick up more sticks as I go. I'm going to also leave the tinder plugs here. You just have to look at your thing category by category and go, what do I not need? I don't really need the reclaimed wood, so I'll leave that here as well, because it's just kind of heavy. So in your fire starting category, you're going to want to keep at least a couple boxes of matches. I'm actually going to drop a couple boxes of matches here, because this is my base in this zone. So we'll still have 20 matches. We got our fire starter. We got our mag lens. We got our one accelerant. We got a couple birch bark. That's great. Medicine-wise, you want to drop anything that's super heavy in your medicines. Right now, all I have is small, tiny teas. I have my birch bark teas, which I'm not going to drop. I got my 3 emergency stims, my old band beard, and my bandage. So that's sort of locked in there. I'm going to keep all that stuff. Clothing-wise, I could leave this extra hat here. That's an extra 1/4 kilo I don't need to carry with me. I carry extra hats just out of vanity more than anything. So I'm going to leave this extra hat here on the counter. So if I never ever need it, it is here. Then the clothing, everything else I'm wearing. Food-wise, at this point, I definitely want to keep my extra things. Food, it's only 4 kilos. I'm going to keep all this. I'll eat it if I need to. Tools is where you're going to have most of your weight. Tools is where you have to pare back the most. Everything I have now is sort of my pared back version of what I want to have. Like the pry bar is good to have for opening car trunks. The improvised hatchet's good to have. The knife, the lantern's good to have for caves. The bedroll, of course, for sleeping. The hacksaw, we're going to the summit, so we'll definitely want that. This extra materials stuff, I'm kind of carrying some of these extra things just because I'm traveling and I want to have the ability to make things. We're at a good weight right now. 35.33 is not bad. We've gotten almost down to our minimum weight at the moment by shedding off all the extra stuff. So, and then I'm going to leave the rest of this stuff here. Everything else that's in here is just going to cure in here. We're going to have cured hides in here. We're going to have cured guts in here. We're going to have a lot of good stuff just waiting for us here. We got water here. We don't really have any food here. The food is the main concern right now. We don't have a lot of food in this place. So that's one of the reasons we're leaving, is because we don't have the food to stay here much longer. So, but a lot of weight reduction and a lot of weight management is all your personal preference. What do you feel comfortable with? You know, what do you feel comfortable with? Do you feel comfortable not having these items on you? Right now, our run is about 90 days old. 88 days, so almost 90 days old. You wish Long Dark was multiplayer? Captain, I will vehemently disagree with you. You have every right to your opinion on that, but I will vehemently disagree, and I'm so happy that Long Dark will not, and that it is not, and it will not ever be a multiplayer, official multiplayer game. There will be mods that will let you play it multiplayer. There's a mod right now that does. But Long Dark itself will never officially be multiplayer. And I'm so thankful it never will. I'm so thankful it never will be multiplayer. Forgot I had this gear down here. Yeah, co-op, never would want it. Never want multiplayer, never want co-op. It would ruin the aesthetic of the game. But hey, if people want that, I know there's people who want that, and that's totally fine. You're entitled to your opinion just like everybody else is. And there's a lot, and you're not a small minority. There's a lot of people who want that. There's a lot of people who want that want to have the ability to play with others. I'm sort of a loner, so I don't really want to play with others. Because I want all the loot for myself, damn it. I don't want anybody else to have the loot in the game other than me. If I can't have the loot, nobody can have the loot. You know what I'm saying? It's my loot. You don't get it. You don't get to eat my meats or have my loot, okay? Yeah, that's the thing too, is that I always point to there is such a glut of multiplayer and co-op and PvP type games out there that I like that the Long Dark kind of stands out as being a game where, no, it's not meant to be long. It's not meant to be a co-op type experience. It's meant to be that solo experience that you get to have. I like that. I like that about it. It's what makes the Long Dark have that sort of unique feel. So school single player guys are becoming extinct. I know, Riku.
This pack is getting
But I mean, it's not that we're becoming extinct. It's that people are more used to without the internet and without the accessibility that people have to the internet, multiplayer stuff would still be on the level of having LAN parties. Which LAN parties have been around forever. I mean, that's not a new thing at all. Getting together and going and hooking up, 75, 100 computers at the same time and all playing that's always been a thing. But now with the introduction of the internet, the ease of the access to it, the high speeds, you can have a lot of multiplayer play, and game companies love that because that sells them more games. I mean, it's not an evil conspiracy, but it sells them more games. You can sell if you can sell your friends on a game, you're selling more games to more people. That's just the way it goes. You go, hey, I picked up Icarus. It's really fun. Let's play it together. And the other person goes, oh, I don't have that. Can I use your copy? No, you have to buy your own copy. Okay, I'll go out and get my own copy of Icarus and play it with you. Boom, they've sold themselves another copy. So, you know, it's just a matter of the times we live in, and it's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just how it is. Just how it is. Yeah, you didn't choose the loner life. The loner life chose you, because that's the only option we had. We only had the option of the loner life back in the day. We didn't get to choose to have the good life where we could play games with other people. We wanted to play games with other people, and I think that's a natural thing. I mean, that's one of the reasons that games like EverQuest and WoW and Ultima Online did so well, even in the raw sort of the raw form they were back in the day. They did so well because people crave that interaction. We are an interactive society. We crave, even if we are loners, quote unquote loners, and we don't like being around people, we still crave interaction with other human beings at a base level. And I think that's one of the reasons Twitch is such a great platform, is it because it gives people who are socially, that aren't socially adept at dealing with real life, like in real life social meetings and stuff like that, which totally describes me. It gives them an outlet where they can still interact with humans, still have fun with other people, but they don't have to be in the same room with them. I mean, COVID came around and all this, oh my god, we have to socially distance. And I was like, socially distance? What does that mean? Oh, basically what I've been doing for the last 40 years of my life? Okay. I don't see what the big deal is. Everybody's running around like their hair on fire. I've been socially distancing all my life. I've always been like, ooh, get away from me. Get away from me. I've grown up seeing the internet develop. I remember when payphone by my apartment was taken down a year or so ago. People were lining up to use it when I was a child. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, payphones were the original hack. Instead of paying for it, you could ring in if you had the tones, you could hack a payphone to call anywhere you wanted in the world. If you had the ability to put in the right tones into it, you could hack a payphone and call anywhere in the country. So, yeah, the lockdown was like every other day for me. I was like, okay, I go to work, I work in my little office cubicle, I come home and I stream, and this is different. How? This is different from the rest of my life. How? Not very much. Not very much difference. I do like my little snow shelter here. I'll probably take it. Whoa. 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 That's a weird glitch there. I'll probably... I think I'm going to dismantle it, mainly because by the time I get back here... What the heck was that?
Yeah, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
It sounded like a wolf or a bear coming by. Maybe it was like... I don't know, that's weird. I feel like I could never do a cubicle office job. Mine's not really that much of a cubicle office job. Yes, I sit in an office, but... Oh, but I do lots of stuff other than that as well, so... I do stuff other than that as well. That was a bear. That was a bear right there. Super, how you doing? Hello, hello. Quack, how are you today, my friend? But yeah, I understand the whole multiplayer thing. I mean, it just never existed back in my day.
Some days you get
it just
bear,
wasn't. It wasn't a thing. Nobody played games like everybody was all about the hot solo games. I mean, and that's what studios aimed their games at too. Was solo play. Now games are specifically made for multiplayer experience. And yeah, you can play it solo, but that's not really how we intend it to be done. You won't get the same experience solo that you do multiplayer. Love story mode. Story mode's fun. I mean, I never played Long Dark for the story mode, so I don't have really an attachment to story mode like some people do. Because for me, I started playing in early 2017, and that's when there was no story mode. All you had was survival mode. There was no story to the game, except your story. You told your story, and that was the story of the game. So for me, it's always been about the survival mode. The story's like a nice little add-on. And I've had issues with the story mode as well. When the story mode first came out, it was very much fetch and carry quests, fetch and deliver quests. It wasn't very much fun at all. They really stepped it up with episode 3, and I think episode 4 is really good too. So I'm proud of what they've done with it. I'm proud of Hinterland starting out with a game. They had one idea for their game when they started it as a Kickstarter project, from what I hear, is that it was supposed to be an immersive story experience. Taking that and having the willingness to listen to fan response of how much the fans loved survival mode, and completely changing what they are sort of making, basically taking a 180 on your game and going, okay, we wanted it to be this is what it's turned into, because survival mode originally was just put in as a playtest. That was just a play test around in zones and let people take a look at zones and see what worked and didn't work. And then it became such a big thing that they were like, okay, well, I guess we should make it a survival game instead. Maybe we should just make it an open world sandbox. We still want to do the story, but we're gonna work on this open world sandbox that everybody loves. And that, you know, that shows to me a level of maturity and humbleness on Hinterland, and especially Raphael's part, that a lot of companies don't have. Because, I mean, it is Raph's baby. I mean, it is his baby. And for him to have the humility to go, hey, it's my baby, but people are really attracted to it in a different way than I thought they ever would be attracted to it. And I'm going to foster that. I'm going to take that and run with it and be supportive of it. That's a level of maturity that a lot of people don't have. Because I know what it's like to have a project you're passionate about. It's very easy to get a blind fog to anything but what your idea of what it should look like in the end is. You get lost in the vision of it to really take much criticism from outside or take much direction from outside of what your vision of that thing is. And that's great that they were able to do that. I mean, like I said, I think that shows an immense level of maturity on their part as game developers, which really makes me excited for them doing another project, because even if they come out with another project with an idea behind it, they're willing to modify their thought process if the project doesn't go exactly where they want it to go. Do I like D&D? I played D&D back in 2nd edition, dude. I haven't played D&D lately. I got out of D&D when Wizards of the Coast bought it. When Wizards of the Coast bought out Gary Gygax and TSR, I bailed. I took my 2nd edition and went, well, at least I have 2nd edition. At least I have my 2nd edition books. and they can never take those away from me. I took my 2nd edition and I ran Fuzzy Hills. I didn't even like 3rd edition. I thought 3rd edition was just... I will always believe in Thaco. I am a big to hit armor class 0. For those of you who are not familiar with Thaco, to hit armor class 0, yes, it was a little bit difficult to figure out sometimes. A little bit, you know, but they, you know, they took it away because it was too hard. It didn't make it. It was too hard. You play online. Hey, there you go. Yeah. 2nd edition D&D rules. Oh. 2nd edition D&D was the best D&D post Greyhawk. I think Greyhawk was like my favorite because I played original Red Box edition Dungeons and Dragons. I never played the tiny book editions. I never played the original ones. But when Redbox came out, I got that. I played that like crazy. I loved the manuals back then. I still have my old Dungeon magazines around here somewhere. Loved Dungeon magazine. Loved Dragon magazine. Dragon magazine had lots of great articles in it. Dungeon magazine had lots of module ideas, like little addendums to stuff. I love the Dungeon magazine. I got a lot of ideas for stuff out of those. Those helped a lot when I was GMing my own game. I ran a campaign for about 2.5, 3 years. We did it just about every weekend. About every weekend we did our campaign on Saturday nights into Sunday morning. It was a lot of fun. It was a very large, overarching campaign too. I sprinkled in a little bit of Fred Saberhagen's The Lost Swords. If you've ever read Fred Saberhagen's The Lost Swords trilogy, I sprinkled in the lore from that with the Swords of Power. Sprinkled in Paladin and Tiamat from the Kryn world. I always called it Kryn. I don't know what the actual pronunciation. The Dragonlance world. I sprinkled them into it. I sprinkled in, you know, some stuff with Elminster and Waterdeep. Oh, we went deep into Waterdeep. Oh God, that was one of the best modules I made. I actually made an entire Undercity dungeon map for Waterdeep, which was freaking awesome. Did you wear your official handmade D&D Dungeon Master cape? No, I did not. I had no Dungeon Master cape. I did not have one of those. But yeah, I mean, that game was hot. The guys I played with in that, I will never forget. It was just 2 other guys. They were playing. We had a party of 6. It was comprised of the 2 guys I was playing with. Each had an NPC. Each had 2 player characters they were dealing with. And then I was running 2 NPC characters. We were good at role playing. We role played our characters like crazy. I don't care what we knew in real life. We were very good at parsing what we knew and what we did. Forgotten Realms is awesome. Thank you, BLP, for the follow there. I appreciate it. A bunch of old school nerds here. Yes, we are a bunch of old school freaking nerds. I am an old school freaking nerd. I ran and owned comic book shops. I ran and played tons of D&D 2nd edition back in the day. I was into nerdy shows. Me and my good friend at the comic book shop, we would speculate for hours. This is back when Babylon 5 was coming out every week. You had to wait week to week for a Babylon 5 episode. And we had to wait week to week we had to speculate what was going to happen. Were the shadows coming? What was going on with Kosh? What was going to happen here and there, you know? Great. Do you like Star Wars? I like Star Wars a lot, yeah. I mean, I'm a huge original trilogy fan. Not as big a fan of the next ones, and I hate the new ones. But yeah, we went into that the other day. I will get back into that. Forgotten Realms, the only real issues, there's tons and tons of canon you need to know. It's really full of powerful heroes already. Yeah, Forgotten Realms, you take and I found with Forgotten Realms, Adel, that the best way to approach Forgotten Realms is to take what you want from it and not utilize other parts of it. Sort of make your own Forgotten Realms canon, where you utilize certain things from it. There's so much going into Forgotten Realms. And I remember when Drizzt Do'Urden was like, he was like the biggest thing, and everybody wanted to play a Dark Elf, and it was like, no. No. But I loved having my characters wander between established towns in Forgotten Realms. I didn't utilize, like, powerful characters in those towns, but I utilized different stuff. I mean, we had fun in Waterdeep. We actually went to the Undercity of Waterdeep to retrieve one of the Swords of Power. Yeah, my Swords of Power campaign, that was fun. That was fun. It all started with a mini, there was an adventure in one of the dungeon magazines that involved a lovelorn swamp troll who was trying to woo a lady in town, and he had a great singing voice. And you were trying to, like, you were being commissioned by the town to go kill this troll. You didn't know that the troll had this beautiful singing voice. It was actually like, he was actually like a passive soul. But he also possessed a sword of power that, no, he didn't possess the sword of power. You found the sword of power in his treasure if you actually, like, killed him. And it sort of kicked off the whole sword of power quest. You found the weapon you found the protector sword in his stash. And once you found that, one of your characters randomly would start having dreams about the swords of power, which was what my whole campaign was based around. And yes, I did directly steal it from Fred Saberhagen. I have no qualms about saying that. I love the idea of 10 swords of power forged by the gods, in this case, forged by Paladin and Tiamat, and distributed throughout the realms. Not just the world, the realms. So they were distributed in Dragonlance, they were distributed in Spelljammer, they were distributed in Dark Sun, they were distributed in Forgotten Realms, they were distributed in Greyhawk and the Plains, and you had to go everywhere to find the Swords of Power. And the Swords of Power were, like, emerging. They were lost for years, and they were emerging. And you found one. And then there was I actually had a evil elf mage who was also trying to come and get the Swords of Power. And he was the character's, like, sort of arch nemesis. I never allowed the characters to kill him. I would always have a McMuffin way for him to escape. He would always have a McMuffin if the characters got close to killing him or something. Some McMuffin would come up and thwart it. Well, but I played it in a way, Mark Wars. The Swords of Power were very interesting because the Swords of Power, they all had abilities, but they also had limitations. Actually, I had them find Wound Healer. Wound Healer was the Sword of Power that did not do damage, but it healed people. It actually would heal characters, and they have no way of knowing this. There's no guidebook to the Swords of Power until they start playing around with it. So, yeah, I really enjoyed. Well, no, see, Mark Wars. My plan in mind was never to have them. Tiamat and Paladin were only involved in the story in a very extraneous way, where that's where the Swords of Power originated from, and Tiamat and Paladin were utilizing. But the agreement between Tiamat and Paladin is that they would never directly control the Swords of Power. So they have to use agents to do so. You were and my characters, the characters we were playing, were sort of by default the agents of Paladin. The character that was directly opposed to them was the agent of Tiamat. So it didn't really mean that they're ever going to meet Paladin or Tiamat other than in the most weirdest ways, maybe a dream or something, but that's about it. So the true goal of every adventure was to bed an elf maiden. Those who don't love Atheenon Q here. What? Hi, Chase Kitty. Hello, hello. But anyway, enough about my good old days in D&D. I love D&D. I had so much fun. I was a DM. I was a DM who really wanted my characters to think their way out of problems. And so I really stressed to them, and I played with smart people. Here's a Polaroid, by the way. That will be good if we go back to the radio control HUD. I wanted my player characters to think their way out of problems instead of fighting out of them. That was my main goal, is to give them as many options as they possibly could if they would take the time to think about it instead of charging in. Now, the group did have a very fiery pair of fighters. There was Pug and Gunthor. Pug and Gunthor were brothers. They were Berserker brothers. One was a gnome and one was a dwarf. Oh, Pug and Gunthor. Yeah, they were quite the pair. They were quite the pair when we got to towns, because they like to drink a lot. And I was playing, I was NPCing Pug, and I NPC'd him to death. Oh my goodness, I made him do the craziest things in town. Got him into a little bit of trouble sometimes. But yeah, I mean, you know, it was great. We had a lot of fun. I loved playing D&D 2nd edition. It was really a good time. We had some good times. We had a lot of fun. We did not try to bed the elf maidens. Jeez Louise. I tell ya. Mark Wars. That may have been your goal, but that was not my goal most of the time. Yeah, that may have been your goal. My charisma was never high enough, to be honest. See, there's supposed to be a deer right here. Supposed to be a deer right here, boys and girls. Yeah, all the placeholder deer are broken right now. Placeholder deer are definitely broken. Because there's supposed to be a deer right there. No elven maiden. Disappointed. Ah, don't worry about it. I haven't played D&D in a long time, though, to be honest. Quack, I actually played board games for probably at least a decade. Actually, I go every year to a board game convention here in Portland. Well, I haven't been able to the last 2 years. But GameStorm is coming up in March, and I'll be going to that. Everything from Twilight Imperium to Settlers of Catan to you know, everything in between. Board games were my thing. Board games are like huge. My friend Ray, he has an entire room in his house that's board games. But yes, played tons and tons of board games. Own quite a few board games too. Board Game Cafe. Oh, we have a Board Game Cafe. I don't know if it's open still, but we have a Board Game Cafe in this area too. I actually went and bought the anniversary edition of Settlers of Catan, the one with the 3D resin cast pieces. That when it first came out was like $400. That's how much I love that game. One reason why I learned Long Dark over DayZ When my Steam was stolen, my DayZ was banned by the guy who stole it. Because, it's because of the Long Dark music. Oh, yeah, Long Dark music is amazing. Would that be Bard and Baker? Bard and Baker? Candlestick Maker? Invincible chainmail bikini armor? Hey, we all like that. That's the the cafe name here. Oh, okay. I am not sure, Drunken Monkey. I don't know. First Talisman game was good? Yeah, it was. It was. I used to play Blood Bowl. Remember the game? Remember the football game Blood Bowl with where you'd play as like ogres or zombies. I had a whole undead team that was awesome. I played as the undead. It was great. It was great. I love Blood Bowl. We had a whole league for Blood Bowl that we played. Oh man, that was so much fun. Miniature battles are cool. All the expansions, best D&D experience in tabletop I've ever played. I've played a lot of different tabletop games. A lot of different role-playing games. Played the Firefly role-playing game. It was okay. I mean, a problem playing a game like Firefly, or playing a Firefly role-playing game, is that you have this preconceived idea going in of what the game's going to be like. So... You know, and everybody and people want to play as a Jane character, or as a Wash, or as a Zoe, or as an Honora, or as River, or something. You know, everybody has an idea in mind of the kind of character they want to play from Firefly in the Firefly game, and that's the downfall of that kind of that carryover. It's very hard to get. Carcassonne is really good. Carcassonne is a fun game. Have you played a bunch of the expansions for Carcassonne? It's really they have some really good expansions. I want to play as the bounty hunter floating off into space. There you go. But yes, I do own a lot of tabletop games as well. I want to play a security guard number 2 so much better than security guard number 1. Hey-o! But yeah, I really enjoy Knights. Yeah, City Knights. City Knights on Settlers of Catan is great. I love City Knights. That is a great expansion to Settlers of Catan. I did play a ton of Heroescape in the years before I found Long Dark, and all my free time disappeared. That's due to me. I'm sorry. It's due to me. Yeah, my friends still have on pretty regular Saturdays. They still have a tabletop gaming day out at one of my friends' house. I stream on Saturdays, so I can't go. I can't go. I can't do it. They do game every Wednesday, still, but Wednesdays never worked out for me. So that made me sad. Green updates on City and Knights is a bit strong, yeah. Some of the updates they've done are a bit overpowering, but I like City Knights though. I like City and Knights. It's good. But now I spend 2,000 hours a year watching this channel. I don't play much of anything. Yes, you do. You play games while we're playing on channel. I know you do. I see you out there. I see you out there racking up the hours in the Long Dark. You get your hours in. Ooh. Jeez Louise, man. Mr. Yawny-Ath. Hey, Yanni, where'd you come from, buddy? I have dice. I have whole bag of giant dice. I have a whole bag of giant dice. Have them in my little baggie here. One game that I really love that's still not in print, there was a company called Iron Crown Enterprises back in the day. They also made the Middle-earth role-playing game, which was really bloated and not playable in my opinion. But they made that game. But they also made a game called Silent Death. Silent Death is a miniature game that takes place on a gigantic map, and you basically take turns moving, firing, and trying to kill the opponent. And you can play. There's small ships. There's gunboats. There's gigantic warships. It has all different sizes of ships. They actually were coming out with really good lore, like really good lore for the game, where they had different houses that had different ship designs and maybe some different weapons. But man, we played Silent Death. We played that game to death. We played Silent Death to death. It was really fun. We had a good time with that game. I still play that I try to take it to the con and set up a table with it every year. I usually run a Silent Death open game every year, because you can do what's called a smash, where basically you roll a random die, you get a random small ship, you go onto the board, do a certain amount of damage, get back off the board, and come back in with a larger ship next time. Time to watch a movie with a girlfriend. Have a nice night, Quack. Have a great night. Well, these are pretty large. These are pretty good sized dice. I mean, they're about half the size of a cue ball. They're good size though. We use these for Silent Death because the map in Silent Death is probably the size of a kitchen table, like a good sized kitchen table. And so when you're rolling, all of the combat rolls in Silent Death are done with 3 dice. You have your primary dice, which could be 2d8, 2d6, 2d10, and then you have an extra die that is directly proportional to your pilot's skill level. And it can be a d4, d6, d8, or d10. And so you roll those 3 dice, and you add up the value of those 3 dice, and if it is equal to or greater than the defensive value of the ship that you're shooting at, you hit. And then to do damage, you also use the same dice you just rolled to figure out the damage. Some weapons use high damage, medium damage, or low damage. And that is in reference to the high, medium, or low dice that you just rolled. And if you get doubles, that can be a benefit as well. You do more damage as well with doubles because you count up all that damage. So yeah, it's a pretty good system as far as like how you figure out if you basically do one roll, and off that one roll you're getting your hit or not hit, and then you also figure your damage off that same exact roll. So you don't have to keep rolling multiple dice all the time. But it helps to have the large dice because you're usually standing on the other side of a table from somebody. And they want to see what you're rolling as well, so. They cast him with what looks like blood or pretty much whatever you want. Talk about art. That's scary. Hey, look, it's an Aurora out. I don't know if I want to go out in an Aurora. I don't know if I want to go out in Aurora. We're going to face Aurora wolves. That's kind of scary. I think I'll just sleep for another hour. We'll just sleep for another hour. Someday I'll have to show you some of my cool ships that I painted for Silent Death. I have probably 150 miniatures for Silent Death. Because you need multiples of most of the small ships. You need a couple of the capital ships, but you need multiples of the small ships to make the game work good.
I'm not.
Because a lot of times you'll set up a fleet battle where you'll have like a capital ship on each side, or maybe 2 capital ships. You'll have a couple of gunboats, and then you'll have like a whole smattering of like 8 or 10 fighters per side as well. There's 1-man and 2-man fighters in Silent Death. Both of them are pretty cool though. After Iron Crown Enterprises went out of business, they stopped publishing it for a while. Then a group called, I believe it was Metal Express, took over the making of the game, and the making of the miniatures. I got a little bit of stuff from them. Got a few PDF file type things from them because they didn't print the books any longer. But then you couldn't get the stuff anymore. They went out of business too, which was sad. Sad when a game you enjoy goes away, fades into the ether. I used to read Knights of the Dinner Table all the time. That was a fun comic book. Knights of the Dinner Table was really cool. I actually own a game. I actually own the board game of Knights of the Dinner Table. I actually own the Knights of the Dinner Table board game, which is so rare. Somebody offered me $400 for it at a convention, and I was like, hell no, I could never buy this again. Why would I ever want to sell my Knights of the Dinner Table game? Thank you so much, Jeff, for encouraging that. Geek levels are off the charts. I don't know about that, but yeah, I love Knights of the Dinner Table. That was a great. I have a full long box of comics of Knights of the Dinner Table. A full long box plus of Knights of the Dinner Table. All right, so we're gonna go over here to the hatch, not the hatch from Lost, but we're gonna go over to the hatch over here, and we're going to gonna hole up there for the night. We gotta explore a little bit here. We still have to go down to the Mystic River picnic area. We gotta go to the derail or the point of disagreement. We gotta go back that way to the Skeeter's Ridge. But pretty much other than Three Strikes Homestead, we've pretty much explored everywhere in this zone now. Three Strikes Homestead is a little further afield than I want to go. But, we'll see. We might have time. There might be a few birch down here. Oh yeah, there's some birch right there. Yay, more birch. We love it. The quote of don't tell me. That's my nickname, Magic Nuts. That's not my nickname. They call me Magic Nuts. They call me Magic Nuts. Oh, that was a misfire. That was supposed to be a redeem, don't tell me. But, you know, as with most things, my memories of D&D are way better than it could ever be again for me, most likely. That's just how nostalgia goes. You remember things with more fondness as time goes on. And I tried at one convention to play a little bit of D&D 5th edition. I just didn't get the same feeling from it. And I don't think it's just because it's 5th edition. I think it's just because I was young and I didn't know much about games back then, and the learning and enjoying the game with my friends was probably the biggest joy of it all. Because we were all learning it together. We were all having fun together. And I think those are the kind of moments in life that are absolutely irreplaceable. And they really can't be forced or recreated in a lot of ways. I try to make as many of those moments as I can. I think we make a lot of those moments here. I've made a lot of moments here with you guys that are not forgettable at all, that are poignant, and I remember, and I will always remember. So that's when we go and go, remember the time! Remember the time! They call me Dr. Love. Nah, they just don't call me. Are you serious? This is one of the reasons we're going to Ash Canyon. One of the reasons we're going to Ash Canyon is to get those damn crampons. Jeez Louise. Glass ankle Astrid here. Glass ankle Astrid is a real trip.
What do you know? Looks like I survived another night.
But you know, to your point earlier, Mark, wars about us having 100 people in chat and how some streamers would kill to have that. I kill to have 100 people in chat. I am so like thrilled when I look up and I see I have 100 people in chat. I mean, that's just like to me a huge joy, and it's great. All you remember is Indigo Prophecy. You know, and that's the thing, is like, it's great seeing the community grow. I mean, it's great. It's been great to see how our community has grown and changed over the years, and we've gotten so many awesome people that have joined us and come and hang out with us on a regular basis, and it's just it's great. Fahrenheit, Indigo Prophecy, yeah. Talk about a game that started out at like a 10, and by the end of it, it was like a 2. Talk about a game that started out as at a 10 and went down to a 2 by the end. But the 2 was just button mashing, and it has so much potential. You could really tell when Indigo Prophecy kind of like stopped being developed and being rushed out. Aw, thanks so much, man. I appreciate that.
Need some first aid soon.
The manual thrusting. Yeah, I actually, in that game, my wife was scarred by the manual thrusting. I was a little scarred by it, too. Hey, I love the yo-yos. Now, the yo-yos, that made Indigo Prophecy. That manual thrusting, yo-yos, that game had everything. Towards the end, it became a button-mashing weird mess, but before that, it was really good.
That's a bit, but I'll make it.
Ah! She just randomly, I'm just standing there, and she randomly, ah! Ah! But yeah, Indigo Prophecy, that was a trip. I don't know, did I ever even upload that to YouTube? I don't even know. I don't even know if I felt good enough about uploading that to YouTube or not. I really don't know. I'm not even asking somebody to look. I'm just saying I honestly don't know if I did. I maybe did back in my young days, but yeah, that game turned quickly into button mashing at the end. It was I think it was supposed to be like quick time events that you're supposed to hit, but there was no downside to not. So if the quick time event was hit the X button, there was no downside to hitting the Y button as well. So if you just mashed all 3 of the buttons, you never failed. I never laughed as much as I did when you looked at the camera with a horrified yet sheepish look after the manual interview. I get embarrassed easily, okay? I'm American. I'm American. We're very... Americans are very repressed sexually. And I got embarrassed after that. I got embarrassed after that. Alright. Got a little bit of weight to shed, but that's okay. We got lots of sticks. But yeah, I mean, Indigo Prophecy was a interesting game. Very interesting game. It started out so strong too. The start of I think the thing, like I said before, with Indigo Prophecy that just made me so sad is I could see the potential with the game, and the game was trippy. The game was going in some trippy places, and I could sort of see where it was trying to go. But it dropped the ball like a third, halfway into the game. It just dropped the ball, and it just like it went total weird, crazy, like it almost became like you know how in anime fights they're like jumping across the room at each other, and they're like holding this pose the whole time, and they just got streak lines behind them. It became something like that. It became like a fighting game. Like it was so weird. It was so weird. It also had who was the musical artist in it? Wasn't it Three Doors Down? It was Three Doors Down that did the music for it. It actually had a pretty well-known music group do the music for it too. It was either Three Doors Down or a group that sounds like them. I can't remember who did the music in there. Of course, it was all copyright claimed when I put it up on YouTube. So I did put it up on YouTube because it was all copyright claimed. I remember that now. I got copyright claimed on all that stuff. I got copyright claimed on all the music in that area of the game because it was all like it was some big group. Who else remembers accidentally discovering the fatality in MKs? I never played Mortal Kombat. I never liked the Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat style games growing up. Wasn't my thing. But yeah, I never played Mortal Kombat. I can say I've never played a Mortal Kombat game. For me, I just button mash on those. I have no skill. I have no technique. Technique? There's a technique to it? Other than button mashing? What could that technique be? And them using 12 button mouse, and me struggling to use a standard 2 button. I had to set a multi-back because I couldn't use it. Oh god, I can't understand the 12 button mouse thing. I actually have a nice mouse. It has multiple buttons on it. I think it has a button over here. It's got 2 buttons on the side over here. It's got I think a button somewhere. There's a button somewhere that I don't even know about that I accidentally hit every once in a while. But yeah, it's got 2 buttons on the side here. I don't even know what they do. It's got buttons by the mouse wheel. I know how to use the left and right mouse button, and that's about it. I don't really do anything else. Contraband, hey, how's it going? Going on a lurk. We'll have a good lurk. Yeah, I am not good at that. That's why I don't play. That's why I don't play FPS games. FPS games, I would be horrific at. Oh, I have a wounded ankle. Like, why am I so heavy? I'm surprised my bow is not broke. Usually a bow does not last down to 5%. I'm just saying. Usually at 5%, my bow is already bye. Usually there's a wolf over here. I was trying to smoke him out. But he didn't want to be smoked. We're going to head over to the Mystic River picnic area here.
No power in the
Hopefully
verse
get a little bit of loot.
me.
Skeptic. Taco Batman. Wow. I had to I was trying to go for skeptical, but it didn't go skeptical. But it does go as a Skeptic Taco Batman. 1. Could you not get Skeptic Taco Batman without a 1 after it? That's the question. That's the question that burns in my brain. Is if you have a name like is there another Skeptic Taco Batman out there that you had to put a 1 behind yours to make it so you could actually get the name? Because that's crazy. That's crazy cool. There's another Skeptic Taco Batman out there. Or do you just like the 1 after it? I mean, if you like the 1 after, that's all cool too. You know,
No power
I don't really care. King Vinman, how you doing? Byman, King Byman, how are you, my friend? How's it going? Hope your life is going well today. Unfortunately for these rabbits, I need some more rabbit skins for my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Rabbit. The bow still is not broken. Oh, I'm not using that bow. Gosh dang it! No wonder it hasn't broken yet. Gosh dang! I was hoping to break it on those rabbits. I was like, why did that bow not break on the rabbits? Poor little buddy Wabbit, I have killed him with my sword and magic helmet. I think, Python Papa, you play as the dude with the big, long, stretchy arms. I know a little bit about Mortal Kombat. I don't know a lot, but I think you play as the dude with the big, long, stretchy arms, who's a snaky dude. Is there a guy in Mortal Kombat that, like, eats people? That, like, has a detachable jaw and eats people? I could swear there was one. I'm probably wrong, but I could swear there was one. King Vyman, what was the funniest one? Oh, the dude who ate people who had the really long stretchy arms? Yeah, he was kind of comical. Like I said, I'm not an expert on Mortal Kombat, so Scorpion or Kano, I have no idea who either of those are. The stretchy arm ones. Ah, yes. Stretchy arm ones. I like stretchy arm men. I'd like to think one day I'd have stretchy arms. That'd be cool. Alright, so...
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
I'm actually gonna start a fire over here. Boom. 100% with the book. Yeah, I'd love to have stretchy arms so you can scratch your back. I know. Would that be the best? It'd be like the best. I really need to go get it. I really need to go get my Mountain Dew. Really need to go get it. I need to go get something to drink.
Perfect.
Hey, that worked just in time. All right. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go grab myself my drink real quick. Hold on one second, boys and girls. And I bought these at the store the other day. I've not tried it yet. I don't know how it's going to be. They're a decadent chocolate candy bar made with Snickers. They're a cookie. It's a candy bar cookie. It looks pretty good. Smells pretty good. They're soft. They're very soft. Well, it's not bad. It's not too bad. for those of you who were not here last night, gingerbread snapped Mountain Dew. It's Mountain Dew that tastes like gingerbread. It even smells like gingerbread. And as I said last night, it's not horrible.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
I'm trying to get a sponsorship from Mountain Dew. I think my tagline will be Gingerbread Mountain Dew. It's not horrible.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up a bit.
I think that's a banger of a tagline. I think it is anyway. I mean, that'd make me want to drink it. Like, you know, hey,
Barely
Ginger
walk
Snaps
this much
Mountain
gear.
Dew. It's not horrible. I know, Nocturnal Druid. I'd be the best spokesman for him. Heck, I'd drink it right on stream for him. They could watch me. They could watch me promote it for him. And yes, they should jump right on that. If they don't jump on that, I don't know what's holding them back. Other than sanity and proper sense, but you know. I love ginger-based dragon teas that's homemade. Ooh, yum. Wow, this cookie's actually really good. It's like got little, it's got little like crushed up Snickers in it. It's like they took a Snickers bar, they put it in a cookie, and made a cookie out of it. Pretty good idea. Alright, let's harvest up the rest of this dude. Harvest this dude's gut as well. Well, it says it's a decadent chocolate candy bar cookie made with Snickers candy bars. Well, and it says the ingredients are wheat flour, Snickers. Wheat flour and Snickers. That's all it says. Well, I mean, the ingredients go on for a while, but it's Snickers, and then it has like parentheses, you know, milk chocolate, sugar, blah 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 blah, all the way down to the end. Then it talks about sugar, eggs, fructose, water, salt, baking soda, natural vanilla flavor, baking powder, you know, baking soda, stuff like that. There's 2 ingredients, it's organic. You've seen people make cookies from Halloween candy? Hey, we got Well Fed back! Hot diggity dang! Let's make sure we don't lose the Well Fed bonus again, boys and girls.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
This is why I don't go shopping very often, because I get snacky things. And you know what happens when I get snacky things? I snack. You know what happens when I snack? I get fat. I don't want that. boy, I do like myself some snacks. So I gotta watch myself. I gotta check myself before I wreck myself. Well, thank God we got our well-fed back. So now we're back up to 40 kilos before we're overweight. Thank goodness. Time of day is it? It's getting a little late. We did not find a bedroll in here. Didn't find a bedroll in this whole zone. It'd be interesting if there was a way to fix torches, like you could add to a torch. Like maybe use some oil or use some lantern oil or something on it. Make it a little bit better. It'd be great if we could throw down the lantern oil and then throw a torch at it and get the wolf that way. Be like, oh, you want to mess with me, Mr. Wolf? Or spray paint and a match, make a little blowtorch. That'd be freaking awesome. Or a torch in the spray paint. Hold the torch and then sit there and go. Shh. Make a big old flamethrower. It's like, oh, Mr. Wolf, you want to mess with me? Are you talking to me, Mr. Wolf? I'm gonna flamethrow you. Say hello to my little friend. That was a good cookie. That was a really good cookie. That hit the spot. Yeah. How far did story mode get to? Well, it's got chapter 4 out now. So chapter 4 is the newest thing, Stintic. Oh, go away. But yes, chapter 4 is as far as story mode has gotten. I played all of those here recently, actually. But I usually play survival mode. I don't really go for this one. When is the 5th one out? Sometime before the year 2025. 2020, 30, 2030, 2060. Sometime this century, chapter 5 will be out. 4 out of 5, yes. There's one more chapter to go after this one. Wonder if he'll bounce off the wall. We'll see. Oh, he did. See him take that little bounce at the end there? He took that little bounce at the end. It looked like he was going this way, and then he took that little bounce to the end. A little sneaky bugger. Little sneaky bugger. You know. But yeah, who knows when chapter 5's coming out? Who knows when that one's coming out? Yeah, knocked all my clothing back down. You little stinker butt. You little stinker butt. He was just trying to hurt my feelers. He was trying to hurt my feelings there. Make me feel all bad about myself. All right. Oh, I have this rat. That's one reason he was. I was like, why was he attacking me so? Why was he coming after me so much? Oh, I was carrying 2 rabbit guts around with me, so I guess I did sort of bring it upon myself. Like, why was he following me there? What did I ever do to him? Did I say something mean about his mama at some point? Only the shadow knows. Only the shadow knows why he was following me like that. Did I bring a toolkit with me? That is so weird that I did not bring a toolkit with me. That's a mistake. I should have brought a toolkit with me. Oh, I didn't bring one because I was going to get one down at Skeeter's Ridge. Duh. I'm gonna leave this here. And then I'm gonna drink, instead of drinking water, I'm gonna drink a couple birch bark teas, because that will help our healing process along. You know, I haven't seen any herbal... I had somebody in chat saying they hadn't seen any herbal teas in their files at all. I have not seen a box of herbal tea in this brand new file, period. I'm wondering when we get to... I wonder when we get up to Timberwolf Mountain if we're going to find some birch bark teas in the areas they usually spawn in up there. I think actually, since we are in low condition, I am going to just make a couple of arrows just to spend time doing something. Because why not? It'll use up time. It doesn't use up a lot of... Most crafting things don't use up a lot of food and water. They'll use up water, but the food's very minimal. And it does use up time, which is right now what I want to use up. But I want to use it up in a productive way. I don't want to use it up in a way that is going to be non-productive. So...
I'm getting tired.
If you're ever lost in the dark, by the way, in a place that you know, if you get your bedroll out, you can see where the shelf is. There's that. Over here, there's a box. There's the bed. There's the crafting table. There's the little the grate there. There's a shelf right there. You can see the shelf. You can actually go up the shelf if you want to. You can see the crafting table. You can actually go to the top of the crafting table. You can actually see the items that we left on the crafting table. See, there's the antiseptic. If I wanted to pick that up, I can just click off and I can get the antiseptic. We can go over here. There's the bed. There we go. So it's very nice. It's very nice. You can find a way around in the dark. We definitely need to kill a deer. Or yeah, probably a deer's what we need to get. Just to have some food here. We're running a little low on the vitamins. I want all my health back, so I'm going to drink a couple more teas. Drink the rest in water. Each birch bark tea that you can consume will give you 6 points of condition over a 2-hour period. We've consumed 2 birch bark teas, so we'll get back 12 points of health over 4 hours. Now, when you're sleeping, that's super great because guess what? That 4 hours passes very quickly. And you just get basically a massive boost to your health over a 12-hour period. So this should allow us to wake up and have all of our health again. Yes, we woke up, we have all of our health. So yeah, birch bark teas are amazing, and birch bark teas do stack. Hashtag stack your birch bark. Does that work? Is that how a hashtag works? I want you to go out there, I want you to hash brown it. I want you to put out the hash brown, stack your birch barks. I guess I can make a couple more arrows since it's still kind of dark and it's windy out there. Birch bark tea is great for headaches too. Well, yeah, but you know we don't use that we don't use that in game. But yes, in real life. And by the way, Nocturnal Druid, are things going better today for your mom and for you than they were? I hope so.
I could eat anything right now.
Hashtag stack your barks, exactly. Oh my goodness, Tarkus with a 6-month Twitch Prime! Thank you so much for that 6-month Twitch Prime Subaroo.
Tarkus
The run is strong with the
2112 just resubscribed for 6 months.
Of course, we just repaired that up, and it's now back down to 73%. It's like I'm constantly fighting the repair monsters. It's like I'm constantly fighting the repair monsters in this game. Ugh. Doing a bit better. Oh, that's good. That's good. The tough days are always the worst, man. Tough days are always the worst. It's so hard to just not feel like kind of hopeless on those days. I completely know where you're coming from, so. All right, well, we need some water. We need some food. We have a storm going on outside. Let's get a little bit of sleep. Maybe the storm will go away. Oh, it sounds like it did. Alpha 27 days to die is December 7th. Nice! Very nice. It's very nice. Let's see if we can bag a deer over here. Sometimes there's a deer that wanders around over here. I don't know if he'll be up yet or not. Let's have some chicken from Popeyes. Nice. My son likes their chicken. Open for the deer or a bear. Either one I would have been completely happy with. Well, we'll take a wolf if we can find him. I got deer meat, bear meat on the brain, and I'll take a wolf if I have to. Take some wolf. Thought I heard a deer over here.
Sure getting cold.
Yeah, but you're okay, my dear. Probably just trees falling or something.
Too cold to think.
There's some footsteps. Oh, jeez. So many places wolves can hide right here. Don't do that. Damn wolves. Where's a wolf when you need one? Hey, there's a deer. Put your head down, buddy. Put your head down, buddy. I know you want to. No. No. You jerk. Okay, fine, be that way. We're gonna sneak up super close on you so we don't get a miss. Put your head down. No, 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 no. Okay, come right towards me. Beauty of bow skill 5, except for that first miss, but except for that first miss. Hey, my bow finally broke. Yay. Hey, look, my arrow popped out. Yay! We got a deer. Oh, dear. What are we ever gonna do? Hey, that's dinner tonight. And today. And tomorrow. And the next day. That's dinner for a couple of days, actually. Wow, that bow took a long time to break. That bow did not break until it was at 4%. That's pretty shocking. Although that bow lasted me a long, long time. We're going to retire that bow in this glove box here. And make it go poof. Bye-bye, bow. So we finally broke the bow, my friends. We finally broke it, which is good. Which is good. Oh, and you know, I've had the merchandise graphic going up all day there. I'm just going to take that down. Please, though, boys and girls, if you've ever wanted to get any merchandise, now is a great time to do it. You can get up to 20%, anywhere from 10 to 20% off all merchandise on Stream Elements if you are subbed to the channel. We've got some great t-shirts. We've got some awesome mugs. We've got some hoodies. I'm hoping at some point they introduce hats because I'd love to have like both beanie-style hats as well as baseball hats. TG just ordered a member shirt and a gaming mouse pad. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And yes, just like that, you can go get some gear of your own, boys and girls. It's that time of the year. And it's all new. It's got all new graphics. We got all new graphics on it. I actually made them myself, which I'm kind of proud of. But yeah, I got all new graphics and yeah. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, my friend. Holy crud. Okay, no chance with that. Do I have any good fire starting stuff? Not really. Not really. I think I'm just going to use a match, and I'm going to... Nah, I don't want to accelerate it. I'll just use a torch. Always light a fire. And what do I always say? Always light a fire with the torch. That's what I always say. Always light the fire with the torch if you can. I should follow my own advice. Well, thank you, TG, for that. I hope you got your discount as well. And yes, depending on your subscription level, you get 10% off on all merchandise at tier level 1. Tier 2, you can get 15%, and tier 3, you get 20% off all merchandise on Stream Elements. Guardians! Oh my goodness, for the host and the raid! We got the raid coming in.
Come on, little fire.
Let's give a shout out to Guardians, see what they were playing last. Last playing some Minecraft. Nice. Well, hey Guardians, how you doing, buddy?
Perfect.
How's it going today? We just got ourselves a deer. We just got ourselves a deer. And somebody just bought a t-shirt, Ath member logo shirt, and the XXL gaming pad. An XXL gaming pad. So I actually have one of the gaming pads on the way right now.
I need to find food.
I know. That's why I'm. Why do you think I'm doing what I'm doing, darling? Why do you think I'm here harvesting this deer up, if not for food? I'm doing good though. I'm doing good. Bowen, how's it going, my friend? How you doing? But yes, thank you for those purchases. And I was just explaining, Guardians, that right now Stream Elements is allowing us to give discounts to our subscribers on all the merchandise. So if you're a tier 1 sub, you can get 10% off on all merchandise stuff on their site. If you're a tier 2 sub, you get 15% off. And tier 3s receive a whopping 20% off all merchandise on the Stream Elements site. We are 90 days in on this run. 90 days in, and we are kind of preparing to go to Timberwolf Mountain. We've been spending a lot of time in Pleasant Valley here, and now we're going to go to Timberwolf Mountain, and I'm going to get revenge on this wolf. Come here, Mr. Wolf. Come here. I got a pork chop around my neck. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Wolf. Make it rain! But yes, we are 90 days in right now on this run. Mr. Wolf, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Wolf. Really? Oh, jeez Louise. Really? 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 What are you scared of? It's just a little fire. Just a little fire. Thank you for the 100 bits, Nocturnal Druid. I appreciate that very much, my friend. Yeah, Chicken Little.
Nobody needs this anymore.
He's such a Chicken Little. He's such a little chicken. But that's okay. At least we get some more feathers, right? Mr. Wolfie, come back here. I've got something for you, buddy. I've got, oh, shoot. There you are, there you are, there you are. There we go. We didn't let him get too close. Well, the wolves do not like fire. Fire is the wolf's nemesis. They don't like running towards the fire. Yes, they do fear fire. Unless it's an aurora, then the wolves could care less. If there's an aurora, the wolves are like, yeah, we don't care what fire you put down there. We're coming at you. So yeah. The aurora is the only times the wolves don't have their fear. Kryptonite is Superman's fire. There you go. It is.
Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink.
Oh, Astrid, you big drama queen. Surrounded by snow and nothing to drink. Oh my, I think I have the vapors and I'm going to pass out from the lack of things to drink. My fire is Betty Davis eyes. Wasn't there a song about Betty Davis eyes? How many hours do I have in Long Dark? Well, I have over 5,000 hours in Long Dark at this point. I'm not sure how many exactly, but it's over 5,000 at this point. So, 5,000 plus. Let's just call it a even 5,000 plus. Let's grab a torch. Bippity boppity boo. But yes, there we go. Roll you like you were roll like you were dice. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Real dehydration sucks. So much questionable parts. It's not funny. She wants wine or something because water right in front of her. Exactly. Exactly. She's got water right there, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough. The water's not good enough. Badgers don't care. Badgers are mean little buggers. Badgers are like opossums. Possums are mean little suckers. Possums are like giant rats. An opossum is basically like a giant rat. They are mean little buggers. I always said she should give Betty Davis her eyes. She's got Betty Davis eyes. Oh yeah, they get really mad real easy, and then they're like, they're all like spitting at you, and oh, they're nasty little buggers. They are nasty little buggers when you get them riled up. Badgers, yeah, badgers, wolverines. Oh, there's some birch over there, I think. Yep, there's more birch over there. We will grab that before we go into Skeeter's Ridge. Oh, I'm a little over on time. I'm a little over on time, boys and girls.
To escape this cold.
That's okay, though. Nobody minds a little extra long dark in their day. Including me. Haven't you seen that Nat Geo dubbing about Matt? No, I have not. I don't have Nat Geo. I don't have television, so I don't have television. Oh, jeez Louise! He's coming right at me! And then he, like, went another direction! How dare you, you dirty little bastich! You dirty little bastich! I took a totally clean shot at you, and then you went another direction. The stupid animation to reload arrows is so slow. It's like you shoot an arrow, and then to reload again, it's a weird animation. I'm not bleeding, though, yeah. Did he get my bedroll? No, but he got my clothing more. God dang it. Dag nabbit. You dirty little sucker. It was a meme. I don't do memes. I don't ever look at memes, King Vyman. I'm old school. I don't know from memes. Zusker, how you doing? Yeah, I never was big into memes. I never understood what memes were all about. Ow. Everybody's like, oh, it's the coolest meme ever, and I'm like, I really don't find it that funny. Like, everybody just puts it up there, but I don't get it. That's summon a lich, yeah. He was a summon a lich. I know the wolves have got it in for my clothes today. My clothes have taken a beating and a half today. Luckily, I got some hides and stuff curing now, but geez Louise. I swear to God, swear to God. There's the bottom of the basement. I need to get out of the basement real quick.
If I don't...
Then you killed my father. Prepare to die. Yes. My main worry is that he destroyed my bedroll. Clothing I can repair. The bedroll is irreplaceable. The bedroll is an irreplaceable artifact that cannot just be magically reconstructed. Alright, let's get some sleep. So, boys and girls, thank you for joining me for the last 4 hours for our Long Dark adventure. Next time on this character, we will be taking him up to Timberwolf Mountain and beyond.